Chapter 15. Of the shell of the covering and its usefulness, the different sorts and shapes of tiles, and what to make them of. Now we come to cover the roof, and certainly if we weigh the matter duly, there is no convenience in the whole building greater than the having shelter from the burning sun and the inclement seasons, and this is a benefit which you owe the continuance of, not to the wall nor to area, nor any of these, but principally to the outward shell of the roof, which all the art and industry of man, though they have tried all means, has not yet been able to make so strong and impenetrable against the weather as might be wished. Nor do I think it will be an easy matter to do it, for where not only rains, but extremes of heat and cold, and above all blustering storms of wind, are continually assaulting the same place. What materials are strong enough to resist such unwearied and powerful adversaries? Hence it happens that some coverings presently rot, others open, others oppress the wall, some crack or break, others are washed away, insomuch that even metals, which are so hardy against the weather in other places, are not here able to hold out against such constant assaults. But men, not despising such materials as nature furnishes them with in their respective countries, have provided against these inconveniences as well as they were able, and hence arose various methods of covering in a building. Vitruvius tells us that the Pyrenees covered their houses with reeds, and the people of Marseilles with clay kneaded and mixed with straw. The Chelenophagi near the Garamantes, Pliny tells us, covered theirs with the shells of tortoises. The greatest part of Germany used shingles. In Flanders and Picardy they cut a white sort of stone which they have, which saws easier than wood itself, into their scantlings, which they use instead of tiles. The Genoese and Florentines use thin pieces of a scaly sort of stone. Others have tried the pargets, which we shall speak of by and by, but after having made experiment of everything, the wit and invention of man has found out nothing yet more convenient than tiles of baked clay. For all sorts of parget grow rugged in frosts and do crack and break. Lead is melted by the sun's heat. Brass, if laid in thick plates, is very costly, and if it is thin, it is apt to warp and to be eaten and consumed with rust. One Grillus of Cyprus, the son of a peasant, is said to be the inventor of tiles, which he made at first of one continuous piece of earth, so wide as to cover the broad and flat, 1 foot broad, and 1.5 feet long, with rims of each side, a 1/9 part of its breadth, which is called a gutter tile. The other round, like greaves, a piece of armor for the legs, which is called a ridge tile, both broader in that part which is to receive the rain, and narrower in that from which they are to discharge it. But the plain, or gutter tiles, are the most commodious, provided they are laid exactly even, so as not to lean of either side, nor to make either valleys or hillocks to stop the current of the water, nor to let it settle in, nor to leave any cranny uncovered. If the superficies of the roof is very large, it requires bigger gutter tiles, that the rain may not overflow them for want of a sufficient receptacle. To prevent the fury of the wind from ripping off the tiles, I would have them all fastened with mortar, especially in public buildings. But in private ones it will be enough if you secure only the gutter tiles from that violence, because whatever mischief is done is easily repaired. There is another very convenient way of tiling in this manner. If in timber roofs, instead of planks, you lay along the girders squares of baked clay, fastened with plaister of Paris, and over these squares lay your tiles with mortar, it will be a covering very secure against fire, and very commodious to the inhabitants, and it will be less expensive if instead of squares you underlay it with reeds, bound with mortar. I would not have you use your tiles, and especially those which you lay with mortar, in public works, till they have supported the frost and sun 2 years, because if you happen to use any bad ones, there is no taking them out again without a good deal of trouble and expense. It may not be amiss here to mention what I have read in Diodorus the historian relating to the famous hanging gardens in Syria, which were contrived with a new and not unuseful invention. for upon the beams they laid rushes daubed over with pitch, and on these 2 rows of baked bricks, one above the other, cemented with mortar. And in the 3rd place they laid plates of lead so disposed and fastened together that not the least wet could penetrate to the brick. Chapter 16. Of Pavements, according to the opinion of Pliny and Vitruvius, and the works of the ancients, and of the proper seasons for beginning and finishing the several parts of building. We come now to treat of pavements, which also partake somewhat of the nature of coverings. Of these, some are open to the air, others are laid upon rafters and boards, others not. All require for their foundation a solid and even superficies laid exactly according to their proper lines. Those which are open to the air ought to be raised in such a manner that every 10 foot may have a declivity of at least 2 inches to throw off the water, which ought to be conveyed from thence either into cisterns or sinks. If from these sinks you have not the conveniency of a drain, either into the sea or some river, dig pits for the soil in convenient places, so deep as to come to some spring of water, and then fill up those pits with round pebbles. Lastly, if you have no opportunity to do this, make good large sinks, and fling coals into them, and then fill them up with sand, which will suck up and dry away the superfluous moisture. If the superficies that your pavement is to be laid upon is a soft, loose earth, ram it soundly, and lay it over with broken fragments of stone, well beat in with the rammer also. But if the pavement is to be upon rafters, cover them over with boards, and upon them lay your rubbish, or fragments of stone a foot high, and beaten together, and consolidated with the rammer. Some are of opinion that under these we ought to lay fern or spat, to keep the mortar from rotting the timber. If your rubbish is of new stone, allow 1 part of mortar to 3 of rubbish. If it is of old, you must allow 2 parts in 5. And when it is laid, the way to stiffen it is to pound it heartily with the rammer. Over the whole, if you lay a plaister 6 inches high, made of broken tiles, or bricks pounded, mixed with 1/4 part of mortar. And upon this, lastly, you lay your pavement, of whatsoever sort it is, whether of brick or tile, exactly by rule and level. The work will be more secure still, if between the rubbish and the plaister you lay a row of plain tiles, cemented with mortar, mixed up with oil. As for pavements which are not to be exposed to the open air, Varro directs us to make them in the following manner, which he tells us will be very serviceable by means of its extraordinary dryness. Dig 2 foot deep into the ground, then ram the bottom soundly, and lay a pavement either of rubbish or broken brick, leaving vent holes for the vapours to discharge themselves. Over this lay coals well levelled and rammed down, and over all a crust made of sand, mortar, and ashes. These things already mentioned we have gathered from Pliny and Vitruvius especially. I will now set down what I have with great pains and labour discovered relating to pavements from the actual works of the ancients, from whence, I confess, I have learnt much more than from their writings. We will begin with the outward shell, which it is very difficult to make, so as it shall not rot or crack. For when once it has been thoroughly soaked with wet, and comes to dry again either by sun or wind, it dries by scales. And as we find in mud left after floods, the upper coat shrinks and leaves cracks which cannot be filled up. For those parts which are dried and hardened cannot be made to cohere again by any art whatsoever, and those which are still moist yield and give way to the least violence. I find the ancients made their shell either of baked earth or of stone, and where men's feet were not to tread, they made their tiles sometimes 1.5 foot every way, cemented with mortar mixed up with oil. We also sometimes meet with small bricks, 1 inch in thickness, 2 in breadth, and 4 in length, joined sideways like a fish's backbone. We often find pavements of very large slabs of marble, and others again of smaller pieces and little squares. There are other ancient pavements made all of one piece, which I suppose, was a mixture of lime, sand, and pounded brick, of each a third part, which may be made more strong and lasting yet by the addition of 1/4 part of Tiber stone beat to powder. Others in this sort of plaister might employ the sand of Pozzuolo, which they call rapillo. Plaister that is designed for pavements must be tried by continual beating, whereby it will daily acquire greater stiffness and hardness, till it comes to be in a manner firmer than stone itself. And it is certain that if this plaister is sprinkled with lime water and linseed oil, it will grow almost as hard as glass, and defy all manner of weather. Mortar worked up with oil is said in pavements to keep out everything that is noxious. Under the shell I observe they made a layer of mortar and small pieces of broken brick of the thickness of 2 or 3 inches. Next to this we find a course of rubbish, of bits of bricks and chippings of stone, such as the masons cut off with their chisel, and this is about 1 foot in thickness. In some places betwixt these 2 courses, we find a regular one of baked tile or brick, and at the bottom of all a layer of stones, none bigger than a man's fist. The stones found in rivers, which are called male ones, as, for instance, those round ones which partake of the nature of flint or glass, grow dry immediately when they are taken out of the water, whereas brick and ordinary stone retain moisture a long time, for which reason many affirm that the damps which arise out of the earth will never be able to penetrate to the shell of the pavement if it is underlaid with those stones. We sometimes find that they made little square plaisters 1.5 feet high next to the ground, standing about 2 foot distance one from the other, upon which they laid baked tiles, and upon these the pavement above mentioned. But this kind of pavement belongs chiefly to baths, of which we shall treat in their proper place. Pavements delight in damps and a wet air while they are making, and endure best and longest in moist and shady places, and their chief enemies are the looseness of the earth and sudden droughts. For as repeated rains make the ground close and firm, so pavements being heartily wetted grow compact and hard as iron. That part of the pavement which is to receive the water falling from the gutters ought to be made of the largest and foundest stones, such as will not easily be worn away by the continual malice, if we may so call it, of the spouts that fall upon them. In such pavements as are laid upon timber work or roofing, you must take care that the ribs upon which it rests are sufficiently strong and equal one to the other. For if it should be otherwise, or one wall or rafter which it lies upon should be stronger than another, the pavement would decay and split in that part. For as timber work will not always keep exactly in the same condition, but is affected and altered by the variety of weather, being swelled by wet and dried and shrunk by heat, it is no wonder that the weaker parts should sink under the weight and so crack the pavement. But of this we have said enough. However, I will not pass over one thing which is not at all foreign to our purpose, namely, that different times and seasons and dispositions of the air are proper for digging the foundations, filling them up, raising the wall, turning of vaults, and finishing the shells. The foundations are best dug while the sun is in Leo, and in autumn, the ground being then thoroughly dry, which will keep your trench from being infested with water. The spring is very convenient for filling them up, especially if they are pretty deep, because they will be sufficiently defended from the heat of the summer by means of the ground which stands about them as their protector, though it will be still more convenient to fill them up in the beginning of winter, unless in countries near the pole, or in such cold climates where they will be likely to freeze before they are dry. The wall, too, abhors both excessive heat, excessive cold, and sudden frosts, and especially northerly winds. Vaults, till they are dry and settled, require an equal and temperate season more than any other sort of structure. The best time for laying on the coat is about the rising of the stars, called the Pleiades, which is in spring, and particularly such days as have been sufficiently moistened with southerly breezes. For if the work which you are to plaister over, or whitewash, is not extremely moist, nothing that you lay on will stick to it, but it will part and crack, and always look rough and scandalous. But of plaistering and stuck work we shall treat more largely in its proper place. Having now gone through the general consideration of our subject, it remains that we descend to particulars, and accordingly we design to show first the different sorts of buildings and the qualities requisite in each of them, then their ornaments, and lastly, how to remedy such defects in them as are owing either to the fault of the workman or the injury of time. The end of Book the Third. Book 4, Chapter of Works of a Public Nature, that all buildings, whether contrived for necessity, conveniency, or pleasure, were intended for the service of mankind, of the several divisions of humane conditions, whence arises the diversity of buildings. It is plain that building was invented for the service of mankind. For if we consider the matter ever so little, it is natural to suppose that their first design was only to raise a structure that might defend them and theirs from the ill qualities of the weather. Afterwards, they proceeded to make not only everything that was necessary to their safety, but also everything that might be convenient or useful to them. At last, instructed and allured by the opportunities that naturally offered themselves, they began to contrive how to make their buildings subservient to their pleasures and recreations, and proceeded every day further and further in so doing. So that if upon considering the various sorts of buildings we should say that some were contrived by necessity, some by convenience, and some by pleasure, it might perhaps be no ill definition of the matter. Yet when we take a view of the great plenty and variety of buildings all about us, we easily perceive that all were not erected merely upon those accounts, or for one occasion more than another, but that this great variety and difference among them are owing principally to the variety there is among mankind. So that, if according to our method we would make a careful enquiry into their sorts and parts, it is here that we must begin our disquisition, namely, from the nature of mankind, and wherein they differ from one another. Since upon their account it is that buildings are erected, and for their uses varied, so that having thoroughly considered these things we may treat of them more clearly. For this purpose it will not be amiss to recollect the opinions of the wise founders of ancient republics and laws concerning the division of the people into different orders, inasmuch as they applied themselves to the consideration of these things with the greatest care, diligence, and application, and have received the highest applauses for their discoveries. Plutarch tells us that Theseus divided the commonwealth into two ranks, one that made and expounded the laws, both humane and divine, and the other that followed manual occupations. Solon distinguished his citizens according to their wealth, and such as did not raise from their possessions 300 bushels of grain every year, he reckoned scarce worthy to be esteemed a citizen. The Athenians gave the first rank to men of learning and wisdom, the second to the orators, and the last to artificers. Romulus separated the knights and patricians from the plebeians, and Numa divided the plebeians according to their respective employments. In France, the plebeians were in a manner slaves. The rest, says Caesar, were either soldiers or professors of religion, or the study of wisdom, whom they called Druids. Among the Panchae, the first were the priests, the second the husbandmen, and the last the soldiers, with whom were reckoned the shepherds and tenders of herds. The Britons were divided into 4 orders. The first were those out of whose number they chose their king. The second were the priests, the third the soldiers, and the last the common people. The Egyptians gave the first rank to their priests, the second to their king and governors, the third to the soldiers, and the rest of the people were divided into husbandmen, shepherds, and artificers, and further, as Herodotus informs us, into mercenaries and seamen. We are told that Hippodamus divided his republic into 3 parts: artificers, husbandmen, and soldiers. Aristotle seems not displeased with those who separated from the multitude some men of greatest worth to manage their councils and exercise their office of magistracy and judicature, and divided the remainder of the people into husbandmen, artificers, merchants, mercenaries, horse, foot, and seamen. Not much unlike this, according to Diodorus the historian, was the commonwealth of the Indians, who were distinguished into priests, husbandmen, shepherds, artificers, soldiers, ephori, or superintendents, and those who presided over the public councils. Plato observes that a nation is sometimes peaceable and desirous of quiet and repose, and at other times restless and warlike, according to the temper of those at the helm, and therefore he divides the body of the citizens according to the parts of the mind of man, one to moderate everything with reason and counsel, another to resent and repel injuries with force, and a third to prepare and administer nourishment to all the rest. These things I have thus briefly recited out of numerous writings of the ancients, and the natural result seems to be this, that all these which I have mentioned are every one of them different parts of the republic, and consequently that each requires a particular kind of building. But that according to our custom we may be able to treat of this subject more distinctly, it will not be amiss to reflect upon the following considerations. If anyone were to separate the whole number of mankind into different parts, the first thing that would offer itself to his thoughts would be this, that it is not the same thing to consider all the inhabitants of any one province all together collectively, and to consider them separately according to their respective distinctions. And the next thing would be that by a contemplation of nature itself, he would take notice in what particular they differed most from one another, that from thence he might take occasion to separate them into their proper divisions. Now there is nothing wherein men differ more one from the other than in the very particular wherein they differ from brutes, namely in reason and the knowledge of useful arts, to which, if you please, you may add prosperity of fortune. In all which gifts there are very few that excel at the same time. This then opens to us our first division, and instructs us to select from the multitude a small number, whereof some are illustrious for their wisdom, experience, and capacity, others for their progress and knowledge in useful arts, and others, lastly, for their riches and abundance in the goods of fortune. And who will deny that these are the most fit to be entrusted with the principal offices in the commonwealth? The most excellent persons, therefore, who are endued with the greatest share of wisdom, ought to be entrusted with the chief care and power of presiding in all affairs. Such will order the sacred ceremonies with religious minds, and frame laws with justice and equity, and themselves set the example of living orderly and happily. They will watch continually for the defense and enlargement of the authority and dignity of their fellow citizens. And when they have determined upon anything convenient, useful, or necessary, being perhaps themselves worn out with years and fitter for contemplation than action, they will commit the execution of it to such as they know to be well experienced and brisk and courageous to bring the matter to effect, to whom they will give an opportunity of deserving well of their country by the prosecution of their design. Then these others, having taken the business upon themselves, will faithfully perform their parts at home with study and application, and abroad with diligence and labor, giving judgment, leading armies, and exercising their own industry, and that of those who are under them. And lastly, as it is in vain to think of effecting anything without means, the next in place to those already mentioned are such as supply the chief with their wealth, either by husbandry or merchandise. All the other orders of men ought in reason to obey and be subservient to these as chief. Now, if any thing is to be gathered from all this to our purpose, it is certainly that of the different kinds of building. One sort belongs to the public, another to the principal citizens, and another to the commonalty. And again, among the principal sort, one is proper for those who bear the weight of the public councils and deliberations, another for those who are employed in the execution, and another for such as apply themselves to the amassing of wealth. Of all which one part, as we observed before, having relation to necessity, and another to convenience, it will be no presumption in us, who are treating of buildings, to allow another part to pleasure, while instead of claiming any merit upon this account to ourselves, we confess that the principles of this division are to be drawn from the first rudiments of the philosophers. Of this, therefore, we are now to treat what belongs to a public building, what to those of the principal citizens, and what to those of the common sort. But where shall we begin but with great matters? Shall we follow the gradual course of mankind in their progress through all these, and begin from the mean huts of poor people, go on by degrees to those vast structures which we see of theatres, baths, and temples? It is certain it was a great while before mankind enclosed cities with walls. Historians tell us that when Bacchus made his progress through India, he did not meet with one walled town, and Thucydides writes that formerly there were none in Greece itself. And in Burgundy, a province of Gaul, even in Caesar's time, there were no towns compassed with walls, but the people dwelt up and down in villages. The first city I find any mention of is Bybulus, belonging to the Phoenicians, which Saturn girt in with a wall drawn round all their houses, whatever Pomponius Mela may say of Joppa, built even before the flood. Herodotus informs us that while the Ethiopians had possession of Egypt, they never punished any criminal with death, but obliged him to raise the earth all round the village he lived in, and this, they say, was the first beginning of cities in Egypt. But we shall speak of them in another place. And though it must be confessed that all humane inventions take their rise from very small beginnings, yet I intend here to begin with the works of the greatest perfection. Chapter 2. Of the region, place, and conveniencies and inconveniencies of a situation for a city, according to the opinion of the ancients, and that of the author, all the citizens are concerned in everything of a public nature that makes part of the city. And if we are convinced of what the philosophers teach, that the occasion and reason of building cities is that the inhabitants may dwell in them in peace, and as far as possibly may be, free from all inconveniencies and molestations, then certainly it requires the most deliberate consideration in what place or situation and with what circuit of lines it ought to be fixed. Concerning these things there have been various opinions. Caesar writes that the Germans accounted it the greatest glory to have vast uninhabited deserts for their confines, because they thought these deserts secured them against sudden eruptions from their enemies. The historians suppose that the only thing which deterred Sesostris, king of Egypt, from leading his army into Ethiopia was the want of provisions and the difficulty of the places through which he must march. The Assyrians, being defended by their deserts and marshes, never fell under the dominion of any foreign prince. They say that the Arabians, too, wanting both water and fruits, never felt the assaults or injuries of any enemies. Pliny says that Italy has been often infested with armies of barbarians only for the sake of her wines and figs. We may add that the too great plenty of such things as serve only to luxury are very prejudicial, as Crates teaches, both to young and old, because it is apt to make the latter cruel and the former effeminate. Livy tells us that among the Emerici there is a region wonderfully fruitful, which, as it generally happens in rich soils, engenders a very cowardly, weak race of men, whereas, on the contrary, the Ligii, who dwelt in a stony country, being forced to constant labor and to live with great frugality, were extremely robust and industrious. The state of things being so, it is probable some may not dislike these barren, difficult places for fixing a city in, though others again may be of a contrary opinion, desiring to enjoy all the benefits and gifts of nature, and to want nothing that may contribute either to necessity or pleasure, and for the right using of these benefits, The fathers may provide by laws and statutes, and they think the conveniences of life are much more pleasing when designed to fetch them from abroad, for which reason they desire such a soil as Varro tells us he found near Memphis, which enjoys a climate that all the trees, even unplanted of themselves, never drop their leaves the whole year round, or such a one as is under Mount Taurus, in those parts which look to the north, where Strabo says the bunches of grapes are 3 foot long, and that every single vine tree yields half a barrel of wine, and 1 fig tree 140-pound weight of figs, or such a one as is in India, or the Hyperborean island in the ocean, where Herodotus tells us they gather their fruits twice every year, or like that of Portugal, where the seeds that fall by chance yield several harvests, or rather like Tapo in the Caspian mountains, where the earth brings forth corn without tillage. But these things are uncommon, and rather to be wished for than had, and therefore the wise ancients who have written upon this subject, either from their own observations or the books of others, are of opinion that a city ought to be so placed as to have all sufficient necessaries within its own territory, as far as the condition of human affairs will permit, without being obliged to seek them abroad, and that the circuit of its confines ought to be fortified, that no enemy can easily make an irruption upon them, though at the same time they may send out armies into the countries of their neighbors, whatever the enemy can do to prevent it, which is a situation that they tell us will enable a city not only to defend its liberty, but also to enlarge the bounds of its dominion. But after all, what shall we say? No place ever had those advantages more than Egypt, which was so strongly fortified in all its parts as to be in a manner inaccessible, having on one side the sea, and on the other a vast desert, on the right hand steep mountains, and on the left huge marshes. Besides, the fruitfulness of the soil is so great that the ancients used to call Egypt the granary of the world, and fabled that the gods made it their common retreat, either for safety or pleasure. And yet even this country, though so strong and so abounding in all manner of plenty, that it could boast of feeding the universe, and of entertaining and harboring the gods themselves, could not, as Josephus informs us, always preserve its liberty. Those, therefore, are entirely in the right who teach us, though in fables, that human affairs are never perfectly secure, though in the lap of Jupiter himself. Upon which occasion we may not improperly make use of that answer that Plato made when he was asked where that perfect commonwealth was to be found, which he had made so fine a description of. That, says he, was never the thing I troubled myself about. All I studied was how to frame the best that possibly could be, and that which deviates least from a resemblance of this ought to be preferred above all the rest. So our design is to describe and illustrate by examples such a city as the wisest men judge to be in all respects the most convenient, and in other respects accommodating ourselves to time and necessity, we shall follow the opinion of Socrates, that whatever cannot be altered but for the worse is really best. I lay it down therefore for granted that our city ought to be contrived as to suffer none of the inconveniences spoken of in the first book, nor to want any of the necessaries of life. Its territory shall be healthy, wide, pleasant, various, fruitful, secure, and abounding with plenty of fruits and great quantities of water. It must not want rivers, lakes, and an open passage to the sea for the convenient bringing in of such things as are wanted, and carrying out such as may be spared. All things, in a word, must contribute to the establishing and improving all affairs, both civil and military, whereby the commonwealth may be a defense to its subjects, an ornament to itself, a pleasure to its friends, and a terror to its enemies. I take it to be a great happiness to any city to be able to cultivate a good, handsome part of its territory in spite of any enemy whatsoever. Moreover, your city ought to stand in the middle of its territory, in a place from whence it can have a view all round its country, and watch its opportunities, and be ready wherever necessity calls, which may lie convenient for the farmer and ploughman to go out to his daily labor, and return with ease laden with grain and fruits. But the situation is one of the things of greatest importance, whether it should be upon an open plain, or upon the shore, or on a hill, because each of these have some particular qualities that are useful, and others, on the contrary, that are not so agreeable. When Bacchus led his army through India, the excessive heat bred distempers among them, whereupon he carried them up to the hills, where the wholesomeness of the air immediately cured them. Those that first built cities upon hills seem to have done it upon account of the security of such a situation, but then they generally want water. The plains afford great conveniences in rivers, but the air is more gross, which makes the summer excessively hot and the winter as cold, besides being less defended against any violence. The seashore is mighty convenient for importation of merchandises, but all sea towns are reckoned too fond and greedy of novelties, and to suffer perpetual commotions from the too great concourse and the broils of strangers, and are exposed to very dangerous insults and revolutions from foreign fleets. In which, however, of these situations, therefore, you build your city, you should endeavor to contrive that it may partake of all the advantages, and be liable to none of the disadvantages. Upon a hill, I would make the ground level, and upon a plain, I would raise it to an eminence in that part where my city was to be placed. And if we cannot effect this just according to our wish, by reason of the great variety of places, let us make use of the following methods to obtain at least everything that is necessary. On a maritime coast, if it is a plain, do not let the city stand too near the sea, nor too far from it, if it is hilly. We are told that the shores of the sea are liable to alterations, and that several towns, and particularly Baiae in Italy, have been swallowed up by the waves. Pharos in Egypt, which anciently was surrounded by the sea, is now become a Chersonesus, or neck of land. Strabo writes that Tyre and Clazomene underwent the same change. Nay, they tell us that the temple of Jupiter Hammon stood once upon the seashore, though now the sea has left it, and it stands far within the land. They advise us to build our city either close to the shore, or else at a pretty good distance from the sea, for we find that the winds from the sea are heavy and sharp, by reason of their saltness, and therefore, when they arrive at some place at a middling distance from the sea, especially if it is a plain, you will find the air there extremely moist through the diffusion of the salt, which it took from the sea, which makes it thick and heavy and perfectly gross, so that in such places you shall sometimes see a sort of strings flying about in the air like cobwebs, and they tell us that the matter of salt has the same effect upon the air as it has upon water, which it will corrupt to such a degree as to make it stink very often. The ancients, and chiefly Plato, are for having a city stand at 10 miles distance from the sea. But if you cannot place it so far off, let it be at least in some situation where the above-mentioned winds cannot reach it, otherwise than broken, tired, and purified, placing it so that between it and the sea there may stand some hill to interrupt any noxious vapor from thence. A prospect of the sea from the shores is wonderfully pleasant, and is generally attended with a wholesome air, and Aristotle thinks those countries are most healthy where the winds keep the atmosphere in continual motion. But then the sea there must not be weedy, with a low beach scarce covered with water, but deep with a high, bold shore of a living craggy rock. The placing a city upon the proud shoulders of a mountain, if we may be allowed so florid an expression, contributes greatly not only to dignity and pleasure, but yet more to health. In those places where the hills overshadow the sea, the water is always deep. Besides that if any gross vapors do arise from the sea, they spend themselves before they reach so high. And if any sudden attack is made upon you from an enemy, you lie less liable to be surprised, and more advantageously for defending yourself. The ancients commend a situation upon the east side of a hill, and in hot countries, that side which lies open to northern winds. Others perhaps may rather choose the west side, from this inducement that manured ground lying to that aspect is the most fruitful. And indeed it is certain, historians tell us, that under Mount Taurus, the side which looks to the north is much more healthy than the others, for the very same reason that it is also more fruitful. Lastly, if we build our city upon a hill, we should take particular care that we are not exposed to one great inconvenience which generally happens in such a situation, especially if there are other hills near which raise their heads above us, namely, that there is not a settled heavy body of clouds to darken and eclipse the day and infect the air. We ought, besides, to have a care that this situation is not exposed to the raging fury and violence of winds, and especially of the north wind, which, as Hesiod tells us, shrinks up and bends every body, and particularly old people. It will make the situation very bad if there is any neighboring rock standing above the city, so as to throw upon it the vapors raised by the sun, or any very deep valley reeking with unwholesome steams. Others advise that the circuit of the town should terminate in cliffs and precipices, but that these are not always safe against earthquakes or storms is sufficiently evident from very many towns, and particularly Volterra in Tuscany, for the very ground itself falls away in such places, and brings down after it whatsoever is built upon it. You ought also to take particular care that such a situation has no hill near that rises above it, which falling into the hands of an enemy may enable him to give you continual trouble, nor any plain laying under it big enough to conceal an army in safety, and give it time to make lodgments and open trenches, or to range its forces in order of battle to attack you. We read that Daedalus built the town of Agrigentum, now called Girgenti, upon a very steep rock, with a very difficult passage to it, insomuch that only 3 men were sufficient to defend it, a fortress certainly very convenient, provided your passage out cannot be stopped by the same number of men that can secure the passage in. Men of experience in military affairs greatly commend the town of Singoli, built by Labienus in the Mark of Ancona, because besides several other advantages that it has, it will not allow of one thing common in mountainous situations, which is that when once you have climbed up to the top, you then can fight upon an equal foot. For here you are repulsed by a very high, steep precipice. Neither can the enemy here waste and destroy the country round with one single excursion, nor secure all the ways at one time, nor make a secure retreat to their camp, nor send out to forage or to get wood or water without danger, whereas those in the town enjoy all the contrary advantages, for by means of the hills that lie beneath them all, running one into another with a great number of little valleys between, they can at any time issue out of a sudden to attack the enemy unawares, and surprise them whenever any immediate opportunity offers itself. Nor are they less pleased with Bilfentum, a town of the Martians, prodigiously secured by the 3 rivers, which meet there from different quarters, and very difficult of access through the narrow passes of the valleys, guarded all round with steep and unpassable mountains, so that the enemy can find no place to fix a camp for a siege, and can never guard all the passes, which are lying convenient to those in the town, for bringing in provisions and succor, and making sallies. But let this suffice as to mountainous situations. But if you build your city in a plain, and according to the general practice on the banks of a river, so perhaps as to have the stream run through the middle of the town, you must have a care that this river does not come from the south, nor run towards that point, because on one side the damps, and on the other the cold, being increased by the vapors of the water, will come to you with double violence and unwholesomeness. But if the river flows without the compass of the walls, you must take a view of the country round about, and consider on which side the winds have the freest passage, that you may there erect a sufficient wall to restrain the river within its limits. As for other precautions, it may not be amiss to consider what the mariners tell us, to wit, that the winds are naturally inclined to follow the sun and the eastern breezes, when the physicians observe that those of the morning are the purest, and those of the evening the most damp. Whereas, on the contrary, when they blow from the west, they are heaviest at sunrise, and lightest at sunset. For these reasons, the best position for a city will be to have the river come in from the east and go out towards the west, because then the breeze or wind which rises with the sun will carry the vapors out of the city if any noxious ones should arise, or at least it will not increase them itself. However, I would rather have a river, lake, or any other water enter to the north than to the south, provided the town do not stand under the shadow of a mountain, which is the worst situation in the world. I will not repeat what we have said before, and we know that the south wind is very heavy and low in its nature. In doing that, when the sails of a ship are filled with it, the vessel seems oppressed with its weight and draws more water, whereas the north wind, on the contrary, seems to lighten the ship and the sea. However, it is better to keep both these at a distance than to have them continually beating against the wall. Nothing is more condemned than a river flowing under high, steep banks with a very deep stony channel and always shaded, because its water is unwholesome to drink and the air upon it dangerous, and to avoid settling near bogs and marshes or standing muddy waters is the part of every prudent, considerate builder. I need not mention here the diseases occasioned by such neighborhoods. We need only observe of these places that besides the common nuisances in summer of ill smells, fleas, and other nasty vermin, they are liable to one great inconvenience besides, when you imagine the air to be wholesome and clearest, which we also took notice of in relation to all plains, that they are subject to excessive colds in winter and excessive heats in summer. Lastly, we must be very sure that none of these, whether hill, rock, lake, bog, river, or well, or the like, may be so disposed as to be likely to strengthen or support an enemy, or to bring any manner of inconvenience upon our own citizens. And this is as much as is necessary with regard to the region and situation. Chapter 3. Of the compass, space, and bigness of the city, of the form and disposition of the walls and fortifications, and of the customs and ceremonies observed by the ancients in marking them out. It is certain the form of the city and the distribution of its parts must be various according to the variety of places, since we see it is impossible upon a hill to lay out an area, whether round or square, or of any other regular form, with that ease that you may upon an open plain. The ancient architects, in encompassing their towns with walls, condemned all angles jutting out from the naked of the wall, as thinking they helped the enemy more in their assault than the inhabitants in their defense, and that they were very weak against the shocks of military engines, and indeed for treacheries, and for the safer throwing their darts, they are of some advantage to the enemy, especially where they can run up to the walls and withdraw again immediately to their camp. But yet they are sometimes of very great service in towns seated upon hills, if they are set just answering to the streets. At the famous city Perugia, which has several little towers placed here and there upon the hills, like the fingers of a man's hand extending out, if the enemy offers to attack one of the angles with a good number of men, he can find no place to begin his assault, and being obliged to march under those towers, is not able to withstand the weapons that will be cast, and the sallies made upon him, so that the same method for walling of towns will not serve in all places. Moreover, the ancients lay it down for a rule that cities and ships should by no means be either so big as to look empty, nor so little as to be crowded. Others are for having their towns full and close, believing that it adds to their safety. Others, feeding themselves with great hopes of times to come, delight in having a vast deal of room. Others perhaps have an eye to the fame and honor of posterity. The city of the sun, built by Busiris, and called Thebes, as historians inform us, was 20 miles in circuit. Memphis, 18 miles, 6 furlongs. Babylon, 43 miles, 6 furlongs. Nineveh, 60 miles, and some towns enclosed so much ground that even within the walls they could raise provisions for the whole year. But I think there is a great deal of wisdom in the old proverb, which tells us that we ought in all things to avoid excess. Though if I were to commit an error of either side, I should rather choose that proportion which would allow of an increase of citizens than that which is hardly sufficient to contain the present inhabitants. Add to this, that a city is not built wholly for the sake of shelter, but ought to be so contrived that besides mere civil conveniences, there may be handsome spaces left for squares, courses for chariots, gardens, places to take the air in, for swimming, and the like, both for ornament and recreation. We read in the ancients, Varro, Plutarch, and others, that their forefathers used to design the walls of their town with abundance of religious rites and ceremonies. After the repeated taking of auspices, they yoked a bull and a cow together to draw a brazen plough, with which they traced out the line that was to be the circuit of the wall, the cow being placed on the inside, and the bull without. The fathers and elders that were to dwell in the town followed the plough, laying the clods of earth into the furrow again as they went, so that none might lie scattering away. And when they came to those places where the gates were to be, they lifted up the plough and carried it in their hands, that the ground-fell of the gates might remain untouched. And for this reason they esteemed the whole circle of the wall to be sacred, all except the gates, which were by no means to be called so. In the days of Romulus, Dionysius of Halicarnassus tells us that the fathers in beginning their towns used, after performing a sacrifice, to kindle fires before their tents, and to make the people pass through them, believing that they were purged and purified by the flame, and they held it unlawful to admit any body to this ceremony that was polluted or unclean. This is what we find to have been the custom of those nations. In other places they used to mark out the foundation of their walls by throwing all the way a dust made of white earth, which they called pure. And Alexander, upon laying out the town of Pharos, for want of this earth, made use of meal. From these ceremonies the diviners took occasion to foretell what should happen in times to come. For noting the nativity, as we may call it, of the city, and some events that seemed to have some connection with it, they imagined they might thence draw predictions of its future success. The Etrurians, too, in the books of their ceremonies, taught this art of foretelling the fortune of towns from the day of their nativities, and this not from the observation of the heavens, which we mentioned in the second book, but from principles and conjectures founded upon present circumstances. Censorinus informs us that the method they taught was this: such men as happened to be born the very same day that the city was begun, and lived the longest of anyone born on that day, were reckoned by their death to put a period to the first age of that city. Next, the longest liver of those that dwelt in the city, at that time when they died, concluded the second age, and so for the other ages. Then they supposed that the gods generally sent omens to point out the conclusion of each particular age. These were the superstitions which they taught, and they add that the Etrurians, by these prognostics, could certainly fix every age of their city, which they determined to be as follows. Their first age they made 100 years each, the fifth 123, the sixth 120, and as many the seventh. The eighth was the time they then lived in under the emperors, and the ninth was to come. And by these prognostics they thought it no hard matter to discover even the events of future ages. They conjectured that Rome should come to be mistress of the world from this symptom, namely, because a man born on the day of her foundation became in time her master. And this man, I find, was Numa, for Plutarch informs us that on the 19th of April, Rome was begun and Numa born. But the Spartans gloried in having no walls at all about their city, for confiding in the valor and fortitude of their citizens, They thought there was no occasion for any fortification besides good laws. The Egyptians and Persians, on the contrary, enclosed their cities with the strongest walls. Not to mention others, Nineveh and Semiramis made the walls of their towns so thick that 2 chariots might pass upon the top abreast, and so high that they were above 100 cubits. Arrian relates that the walls of Tyre were 150 foot high. Some again have not been satisfied with 1 wall. The Carthaginians enclosed their city with 3, and Herodotus writes that Deioces fortified his town of Ecbatana, though it was seated upon a hill with 7. Now, as it is certain that walls are a very powerful defense both of our persons and liberties, when the enemy happens to be superior, either in number or fortune, I cannot join in with those who are for having their city quite naked without any wall, neither with such as seem to place all their hopes of defense in their wall alone. I agree with what Plato observes, that every city stands continually exposed to the danger of being brought under subjection, since, whether it be owing to nature or custom, neither public bodies nor private persons can ever set bounds to their insatiable desire of getting and possessing still more and more, from which one source arises all the mischiefs of war, so that what remains to be said against adding security to security and fortification to fortification? From what has been already said, we may conclude that of all cities, the most capacious is the round one, and the most secure that which is divided into several bastions, wherein here and there into angles or bastions jutting out at certain distances, as Tacitus informs us Jerusalem was. Because it is certain the enemy cannot come up to the wall between 2 angles jutting out without exposing themselves to very great danger, nor can their military engines attack the heads of those angles with any hopes of success. But, however, we should be sure to make use of all the natural advantages that offer themselves for the security of our town or fortification, as we may observe the ancients did, according to the opportunity or necessity of the situation. Thus, Ortium, an ancient city of the Latins, in order to embrace the winding of the shore, appears from the old ruins which are left to have been built of a very great length. Cairo upon the Nile is said also to be a very long city. Palimbrotra, a city of India, belonging to the Grapsi, as Metasthenes informs us, was 16 miles long and 3 broad, running along the side of the river. We read that the walls of Babylon were square, and those of Memphis built in shape of a D. But whatever shape is chosen for the walls, Vegetius thinks it sufficient for service, if they are so broad that 2 armed soldiers posted there for defense may easily pass without being in one another's way, and so high that they cannot be scaled with ladders, and built so firm and strong as not to yield to the battering rams and other engines. The military engines are of 2 sorts. One sort are those which break and demolish the wall by battery, the other are such as attack and undermine the foundation, and bring down the superstructure. Now, the greatest security against both these is not so much a wall as a good ditch. The wall is of no use in the last case, unless its foundation lies under water or upon a solid rock. The ditch ought to be very broad and very deep, for then it will hinder the movable tortoise-shell towers or other such machines from approaching the wall. And when the foundation is under water or on a rock, it will be in vain to think of undermining it. It is a dispute among the military men whether it is best for the ditch to be full of water or to be kept dry. But it is allowed that the first thing to be consulted is what is most for the health of the inhabitants. And then some say the ditches are certainly best, which are so contrived that if by the force of battery any part of the wall is beaten into them, it may be soon removed, and the ditch kept clear, that it may not be filled up, and so make a path for the enemy. Chapter 4. Of the walls, battlements, towers, cornices and gates, and the timber-work belonging to them. But to return to the walls. The ancients advise us to build them after this manner. Raise 2 walls, one within the other, leaving between them a space of 20 foot, which space is to be filled up with the earth dug out of the ditch and well rammed in. And let these walls be built in such a manner that you may mount from the level of the city quite to the top of the battlements, by an easy ascent, as it were, by steps. Others say that the earth which is dug out of the ditch ought to be thrown without the wall on the other side of the ditch, and there cast up into a rampart, and from the bottom of the ditch a wall should be run up, thick and strong enough to support the weight of the aforesaid earth, which bears upon it. At a distance from this, another wall should be raised in the town higher than the other, and as far from it as to leave space enough for the soldiers to be drawn up, and to have room to fight in. Besides this, you should between the principal walls and those within erect other walls crossways from one to the other, by the help whereof the principal walls may unite with those behind, and more easily support the weight of the earth cast in between them. But indeed, for my part, I am best pleased with those walls which are so situated, that if they happen to be at length demolished by the force of battery, they have somewhat of a plain at the foot of them, where they may lie and form a kind of rampart, and so be kept from filling up the ditch with their ruins. In other respects, I am very well pleased with Vitruvius, who says the wall ought to be built thus. Within the body of the wall we should lay a good many timbers of olive wood burnt, to the intent that the two sides of the walls being fastened together by these wooden braces, the work may be the more durable. Such a wall as this, we are told by Thucydides, was made by the Plataeans to defend themselves against the people of the Morea, by whom they were besieged, insomuch as they mixed timbers among their brickwork, and made a very stout fortification of it. And Caesar informs us that in France most of their walls were built in this manner. They laid beams within the wall, and braced them together at equal distances, filling up the vacancies with huge stones, so that one beam never touched the other, and so proceeded with several courses of work, in the same method, till they raised a wall of a good considerable height. This kind of work was not unhandsome to the sight, and was a very strong fortification, because the stones secured it against fire, and the timbers against the battering rams. But this mixed work others disapprove of, because they say the lime and the wood will not long agree together, for timber is eaten and burnt up both by the saltness and heat of the lime. Besides that, if the wall should happen to be demolished by battery, they say that as it is thus made in a manner all of one piece, the whole wall will be apt to go all together at once. In my opinion, one very good way of building a strong wall, capable to stand the shocks of engines, is this. Make triangular projections out from the naked of the wall, with one angle facing the enemy at the distance of every 10 cubits, and turn arches from one projection to the other, then fill up the vacancies between them with straw and earth, well rammed down together. By this means the force and violence of the shocks of the engines will be deadened by the softness of the earth, and the wall will not be weakened by the battery, only here and there, and those small breaches, or rather holes that are made in it, will presently be stopped up again. In Sicily, their pumice stones, which they have in great plenty, will do extremely well for this kind of work. But in other places, for want of pumice stones and earth, any soft stone may be made use of, nor is terror amiss for this purpose. Lastly, if any part of such a structure stands exposed to the most southerly winds or nocturnal vapors, clothe and face it with a shell of stone, and particularly it will be of great service to let the outer bank of the ditch have a good slope, and lie a pretty deal higher than the ground beyond it, for this will balk the aim of the military engines, and make them throw over the wall, and some think no wall is so safe against battery as those which are built in uneven lines like the teeth of a saw. I am very well pleased with those walls in Rome, which at about halfway up to the top have a walk with little private holes, out of which the archers may privately annoy the enemy, as he moves about the field in security. And at the distance of every 50 cubits are towers, adjoining to the wall like buttresses, projecting out in a round figure forwards, and somewhat higher than the wall itself, so that whoever offers to approach between these towers is exposed to be taken in flank and slain, and thus the wall is defended by these towers, and the towers mutually by one another. The back of the towers which look into the town ought to have no wall, but should be left quite open and naked, that if the enemy should get possession of them, they may not be able to use them from the assaults of the inhabitants. The cornices of the towers and walls, besides that they add to their beauty, are also a ligature to strengthen their work, do also by their projection hinder the getting into the town from scaling ladders. Some are for leaving precipices of deep holes here and there along the side of the wall, and especially near the towers, fortified with wooden bridges, which may be presently raised or let down as occasion requires. The ancients used on each side of their gates to erect 2 towers, larger than the rest, and strongly fortified on all sides to secure and protect the entrance into the town. There ought to be no rooms with vaulted roofs in the towers, but only wooden floors, that upon any emergency may easily be removed or burnt, and those floors should not be fastened with nails, that if the enemy gets the better, they may be taken away without difficulty. All that is necessary is to have a covering to shelter the sentinels from the storms and injuries of the weather. The battlements over the gate should have holes through the bottom of them, through which stones and firebrands may be thrown down upon the enemy's heads, or even water, if they have set fire to the gate, which is for security against such a misfortune, they tell us ought to be covered over with leather and plates of iron. But of this enough. Chapter 5. Of the proportion, fashion, and construction of great ways and private ones. In making our gates we should observe that they ought to be just as many in number as the highways or streets, for some we shall call high streets, and others private ones. Not that I intend to trouble myself about the distinction of the lawyers, who say that the road for beasts and the way for men ought to be called by different names. But by the name of way I shall understand them all. The highways are properly those by which we go into the provinces with our armies and all their baggage, for which reason the highways ought to be much broader than others, and I find the ancients seldom used to make them less than 8 cubits in any part. By a law in the 12 tables it was ordained that the ways which ran straight should be 12 foot broad, and those which were crooked or winding not less than 16. The private ways are those which, leaving the public ones, lead us to some town or castle, or else into some other highway, as lanes in cities and cross roads in the country. There are another kind of public ways, which may not improperly be called high streets, as such which are designed for some certain purpose, especially any public one, as for instance, those which lead to some temple, or to the course for races, or to a place of justice. The ways are not to be made in the same manner in the country that they are in the city. In the country they ought to be spacious and open, so as a man may see all about him, free and clear from all manner of impediments, either of water or ruins, without lurking places or retreats of any sort for rogues to hide themselves in, nor too many crossroads to favor their villainies. Lastly, they ought to be as straight and as short as possible. I do not reckon the shortest way to be always that which is the straightest, but that which is the safest. I would rather choose to have it somewhat the longer than to have it inconvenient. Some think the country of Piperno the most secure of any, because it is cut through with deep roads, almost like pits, doubtful at the entrance, uncertain in their passage, and unsafe upon account of the ground which lies above them, from whence any enemy may be prodigiously infested. The men of best experience think that way the most secure, which is carried over the backs of small hills made level. Next to this are such as are made through the fields upon a high raised bank, according to the manner of the ancients, who indeed upon that account gave them the name of ageres, or highways. And it is certain such raised causes have a vast many conveniences. It relieves the traveller from the fatigue and vexation of his journey to enjoy a fine prospect from the height of the causey all the way as he travels. Besides that, it is a great convenience to be able to perceive an enemy at a good distance, and to have such an advantage as either to be able to repel them with a small force, or to retire without loss, if you find they are the stronger. There is a great convenience, not at all foreign to our purpose, which I have observed in the road that goes to the port of Ostia. As there is a vast concourse of people, and great quantities of merchandise brought thither from Egypt, Africa, Libya, Spain, Germany, and the islands, the road is made double, and in the middle of it is a row of stones, standing up a foot high like terms, to direct the passengers to go on one side and return on the other, to avoid the inconvenience of meeting one another. To conclude, such should be the ways out of the city, short, straight, and secure. When they come to the town, if the city is noble and powerful, the streets should be straight and broad, which carries an air of greatness and majesty. But if it is only a small town or a fortification, it will be better, and as safe, not for the streets to run straight to the gates, but to have them wind about sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, near the wall, and especially under the towers upon the wall. And within the heart of the town, it will be handsomer not to have them straight, but winding about several ways, backwards and forwards, like the course of a river. For thus, besides that by appearing to be much the longer, they will add to the idea of the greatness of the town, they will likewise conduce very much to beauty and convenience, and be a greater security against all accidents and emergencies. Moreover, this winding of the streets will make the passenger at every step discover a new structure, and the front and door of every house will directly face the middle of the street. And whereas in larger towns even too much breadth is unhandsome and unhealthy, in a small one it will be both healthy and pleasant to have such an open view from every house by means of the turn of the street. Cornelius Tacitus writes that Nero, having widened the streets of Rome, thereby made the city hotter and therefore less healthy. But in other places, where the streets are narrow, air is crude and raw, and there is a continual shade even in summer. But further, in our winding streets there will be no house but what in some part of the day will enjoy some sun, nor will they ever be without gentle breezes, which whatever corner they come from will never want a free and clear passage, and yet they will not be molested by stormy blasts, because such will be broken by the turning of the streets. Add to all these advantages that if the enemy gets into the town, he will be in danger on every side, in front, in flank, and in rear, from assaults from the houses. So much for the public streets. The private ones should be like the public, unless there be this difference that they be built exactly in straight lines, which will answer better to the corners of the building and the divisions and parts of the houses. The ancients in all towns were for having some intricate ways and turn-again streets, without any passage through them, that if an enemy comes into them, he may be at a loss, and be in confusion and suspense, or if he pushes on daringly, may be easily destroyed. It is also proper to have smaller streets too, running cross from one great street to another, not to be as a direct public way, but only as a passage to the house that fronts it, which will both give light to the houses and make it more difficult for an enemy to overrun all parts of the town. Q. Curtius writes that Babylon was divided into a great number of separate quarters, and that the buildings there did not join one to another. Plato, on the contrary, is so far from approving of those separations that he would have the houses all close contiguous, and that the joining together of their walls should make a wall to the city. Chapter 6. Of bridges both of wood and stone, their proper situation, their piers, arches, angles, feet, keystones, cramps, pavements, and slopes. The bridge, no doubt, is a main part of the street, nor is every part of the city proper for a bridge. For besides that, it is inconvenient to place it in a remote corner of the town, where it can be of use but to few, and that it ought to be in the very heart of the city, to lie at hand for everybody. It ought certainly to be contrived in a place where it may easily be erected, and without too great an expense, and where it is likely to be the most durable. We should therefore choose a ford where the water is not too deep, where the shore is not too steep, which is not uncertain and movable, but constant and lasting. We should avoid all whirlpools, eddies, gulfs, and the like inconveniences common in bad rivers. We should also most carefully avoid all elbows, where the water takes a turn, for very many reasons, the banks in such places being very liable to be broken, as we see by experience, and because pieces of timber, trunks of trees, and the like, brought down from the country by storms and floods, cannot swim down such elbows in a straight line, but turn aslant, meet and hinder one another, and lodging against the piles grow into a great heap, which stops up the arches, and with the additional weight of the water, at length quite breaks them down. Or bridges, some are of stone, others of wood. We shall speak first of those which are of wood, as being most easy of execution. Next we shall treat of those which are built of stone. Both ought to be as strong as possible, that therefore which is built of wood must be fortified with a good quantity of the strongest timbers. We cannot give a better example of this sort of bridges than that built by Julius Caesar, which he gives us a description of himself as follows. He fastened together 2 timbers, leaving a distance between them of 2 foot. Their length was proportioned to the depth of the river, and they were 1.5 feet thick, and cut sharp at the ends. These he let down into the river with cranes, and drove them well in with a sort of rammers, not perpendicularly down like piles, but slanting upwards, and giving way according to the current of the river. Then, opposite to these, he drove in 2 others, fastened together in the same manner, with a distance between them at bottom of 40 foot, slanting contrary to the force and current of the stream. When these were thus fixed, he laid across from one to the other beams of the thickness of 2 foot, which was the distance left between the timbers drove down, and fastened these beams at the end, each with 2 braces, which being bound round and fastened at opposite sides, the strength of the whole work was so great and of such a nature that the greater the force of water was which bore against it, the closer and firmer the beams united. Over these other beams were laid across and fastened to them, and a floor, as we may call it, made over them with poles and hurdles. At the same time, in the lower part of the river, below the bridge, other timbers, or sloping piles, were driven down, which, being fastened to the rest of the structure, should be a kind of buttress to resist the force of the stream, and other piles were also driven in at a small distance above the bridge, and standing somewhat above the water, that if the enemy should send trunks of trees or vessels down the stream in order to break the bridge, those piles might receive and intercept their violence, and prevent their doing any prejudice to the work. All this we learn from Caesar, nor is it foreign to our purpose to take notice of what is practiced at Verona, where they pave their wooden bridges with bars of iron, especially where the wheels of carts and wagons are to pass. It remains now that to treat of the stone bridge, the parts whereof are these: the banks of the shore, the piers, the arches, and the pavement. Between the banks of the shore and the piers is this difference, that the banks ought to be by much the strongest, inasmuch as they are not only to support the weight of the arches like the piers, but are also to bear the foot of the bridge, and to bear against the weight of the arches, to keep them from opening in any part. We ought therefore to be very careful in the choice of our shore, and to find out, if possible, a rock of solid stone, since nothing can be too strong that we are to entrust with the feet of the bridge, and as to the piers, they must be more or less numerous in proportion to the breadth of the river. An odd number of arches is both most pleasant to the sight, and conduces also to strength. For the farther the current of the river lies from the shore, the freer it is from impediment, and the freer it is, the swifter and easier it flows away. For this, therefore, we ought to leave a passage perfectly free and open, that it may not shake and prejudice the piers, by struggling with the resistance which it meets with from them. The piers ought to be placed in those parts of the river where the water flows the most slowly, and, to use such an expression, the most lazily. And those parts you may easily find out by means of the tides. Otherwise you may discover them in the following manner. Imitate those who threw nuts into a river, whereby the inhabitants of a town besieged, gathering them up, were preserved from starving. Through the whole breadth of the river, about 1,500 paces above the place which you intend for your bridge, and especially when the river is fullest with some such light stuff that will easily float. And in those places where the things you have thrown in clusters thickest together, you may be sure the current is freest. In the situation of your piers, therefore, avoid those places, and choose those others to which the things you throw in come the slowest and thinnest. King Minos, when he intended to build the bridge of Memphis, turned the Nile out of its channel and carried it another way among some hills, and when he had finished his building, brought it back again into its old bed. Nicomedes, queen of the Assyrians, having prepared all the materials for building a bridge, dug a great lake, and into that turned the river. And as the channel grew dry, as the lake filled, she took that time to build her piers. These mighty things were done by those great princes. As for us, we are to proceed in the following manner. Make the foundations of your piers in autumn, when the water is lowest, having first raised an enclosure to keep off the water, which you may do in this manner. Drive in a double row of stakes, very close and thick set, with their heads above the top of the water, like a trench. Then put hurdles within this double row of stakes, close to that side of the row which is next the intended pier, and fill up the hollow between the two rows with rushes and mud, ramming them together so hard that no water can possibly get through. Then whatever you find within this enclosure, water, mud, sand, and whatever else is a hindrance to you, throw out. For the rest of your work, you must observe the rules we have laid down in the preceding book. Dig till you come to a solid foundation, or rather make one of piles burnt at the end, and driven in as close together as ever they can stick. And here I have observed that the best architects used to make a continued foundation of the whole length of the bridge, and not only under each pier, and this they did, not by shutting out the whole river at once by one single enclosure, but by first making one part, then another, and so joining the whole together by degrees, for it would be impossible to withstand and repulse the whole force of the water at once. We must, therefore, while we are at work with one part, leave another part open for a passage for the stream. You may leave these passages either in the channel itself, or if you think it more convenient, you may frame wooden dams or hanging channels by which the superfluous water may run off. But if you find the expense of a continued foundation for the whole bridge too great, you may only make a separate foundation for every particular pier, in the form of a ship with one angle in the stern and another in the head, lying directly even with the current of the water, that the force of the water may be broken by the angle. We are to remember that water is much more dangerous to the stern than to the head of the piers, which appears from this, that as to the stern, the water is in a more violent motion than at the head, and forms eddies, which turn up the ground at the bottom, while the head stands firm and safe, being guarded and defended by the banks of mud thrown up before it by the channel. Now this being so, this part ought of the whole structure to be best fortified against the violence of the waters, and nothing will conduce more to this than to make the piles work deep and broad every way, and especially at the stern, that if any accidents should carry away any of the piers, there may be enough left to sustain the weight of the pier. It will be also extremely proper to begin your foundation at the upper part of the channel, and to make it with an easy descent, that the water which runs over it may not fall upon it violently as into a precipice, but glide over gently with an easy slope, because the water that rushes down precipitately roots up the bottom, and so being made still rougher, carries away everything that it can loosen, and is every moment undermining the work. Build the piers of the biggest and longest stones, and of such as in their nature are best adapted for supporting of frosts, and do not decay in water, nor are easily softened by any accident, and will not crack and split under a great weight, and build them exactly according to the square, level, and plumb line, and placing the stones breadthways in alternate order, so as to be a binding one to another, absolutely rejecting any stuffing with small pieces of stone. You must also fasten your work with a good number of brass cramps and pins so well fitted in, that the joints of the structure may not separate, but be kept tight and firm. Raise both the fronts of the building angular, both head and stern, and let the top of the pier be sure to be higher than the fullest tide, and let the thickness of the pier be 1/4 of the height of the bridge. There have been some that have terminated the head and stern of their piers with an angle, but with an half circle, induced thereto, I suppose, by the beautifulness of that figure. But though I have said elsewhere, provided it be very much thinned out, and not left so obtuse as to resist the force and weight of the water, the angle of the pier is of a good sharpness, if it is 3/4 of a right angle, or if you like it better, you may make it 2/3, and thus much as to the piers. If the nature of your situation is such that the sides or banks of the shore are not as you could wish, make them good in the same manner as you build your piers, and add and make other piers upon the shore, and turn some arches even upon dry ground, to the intent that if in process of time, by the continual washing of the water and the force of the tides, any part of the bank should be carried away, your passage may still be preserved safe by the production of the bridge into the land. The arches ought upon all accounts, and particularly because of the continual violent shaking and concussion of carts and other carriages, to be extremely stout and strong. Besides, as sometimes you may be obliged to draw immense weights over them, such as a colossus, an obelisk, or the like, you should provide against the inconvenience which happened to Scaurus, who, when he was removing that great boundary stone, alarmed the public officers upon account of the mischief that might ensue. For these reasons, a bridge, both in its design and in its whole execution, should be well fitted to bear the continual and violent jars which it is to receive from carriages. That bridges ought to be built of very large and stout stones is very manifest by the example of an anvil, which, if it is large and heavy, stands the blows of the hammer unmoved, but if it is light, rebounds and trembles at every stroke. We have already said that all vaulted work consists of arches and stuffing, and that the strongest of all arches is the semicircle. But if by the disposition of the piers the semicircle should rise so high as to be inconvenient, we may make use of the scheme arch, only taking care to make the last piers on the shore stronger and thicker. But whatever sort of arch you vault your bridge with, it must be of the hardest and fattest stones, such as you use in your piers, and there should not be a single stone in the arch, but what is in thickness at least 1/10 part of the chord of that arch, nor should the chord itself be longer than 6 times the thickness of the pier, nor shorter than 4 times. The stones also should be strongly fastened together with pins and cramps of brass, and the last wedge, which is called the keystone, should be cut according to the inclination of the other wedges, but left a small matter bigger at the top, so that it may not get into its place without some strokes of a light beetle, which will drive the lower wedges closer together, and to keep them tight to their duty. The filling up or stuffing between the arches should be wrought with the strongest stone and with the closest joints that can possibly be made. But if you have not a sufficient plenty of strong stone to make your stuffing of it, You may, in case of necessity, make use of a weaker sort, still provided that the whole turn of the arch and the course of work behind both the sides of it be built entirely of strong stone. The next work is to pave the bridge, and here we should observe that we ought to make the ground upon a bridge as firm and solid as the most durable roads. We should raise it with gravel or coarse sand to the height of a cubit, and then pave it with stone, filling up the joints either with river or sea sand. But the substructure or layer under the pavement of a bridge ought first to be levelled and raised quite to the top of the arches, with regular masonry, and then the pavement itself should be cemented with mortar. In all other respects, we should observe the same rules in paving a bridge as in paving a road. The sides should be made firm with the strongest work, and the rest paved with stones, neither so small as to be easily raised and thrown out upon the least strain, nor so large that the beasts of burden should slide upon them as upon ice, and fall before they meet with any catch for their foot. And certainly we must own it to be of very great importance what kind of stone we use in our pavements. We consider how much they must be worn by the continual grinding of the wheels and the hoofs of all manner of cattle, when we see that even such small animals as ants, with constant passing up and down, will wear traces even in flints. I have observed that the ancients in many places, and particularly in the way to Troy, paved the middle of the road with flints, and only covered the sides with small gravel. This they did, that the wheels might make the less impression, and that the horses' hoofs might not want sufficient hold. In other places, and especially over bridges, there was a raised way on each side, with stone steps for foot passengers, and the middle of the way was left for beasts and carriages. Lastly, the ancients, for this sort of work, greatly commend flints, and especially those which are fullest of holes, not because such are the strongest, but because they are the least slippery. But we may make use of any sort of stone according to what we have in greatest plenty, provided we only use the strongest we can get, and with those pave at least that part of the way which is most beaten by cattle, and the part most beaten by them is always most level, because they always avoid all sloping ground as much as they can. Let the middle and highest part of the way be laid with flints, or whatever other stone you use, of the thickness of 1.5 feet, and the breadth of at least 1 foot, with the upper face even, and so close compacted together that there are no crevices left in order to throw off the rain. There are 3 different slopes for all streets, either towards the middle, which is proper for a broad street, or to the sides, which is least hindrance to a narrow one, or else lengthways. But in this we are to govern ourselves according to the conveniences and advantages of our drains and currents, whether into the sea, lake, or river. A very good rise for a slope is 1/2 inch in every 3 feet. I have observed that the rise with which the ancients used to build their bridges was 1 foot in every 30, and in some parts, as particularly at the summit of the bridge, 4 inches in every cubit or 1.5 feet. But this was only so for little a way that a beast heavily loaded could get over it at the least strain. Chapter 7, of drains or sewers, their different sorts and uses, and of rivers and canals for ships. Drains or sewers are looked upon as a part of the street, inasmuch as they are to be made under the street, through the middle of it, and are of great service as well in the paving and levelling as in cleaning the streets, for which reason they are by no means to be neglected here. And indeed may we not very properly say that a drain is a bridge, or rather a very long arch, so that in the construction of it we ought to observe all the same rules that we have just now been laying down concerning bridges. The ancients had so high a notion of the serviceableness of drains and sewers that they bestowed no greater care and expense upon any structure whatsoever than they did upon them, and among all the wonderful buildings in the city of Rome, the drains are accounted the noblest. I shall not spend time to show how many conveniences arise from good drains, how clean they keep the city, and how neat all buildings, both public and private, and how much they conduce to the clearness and healthiness of the air. The city of Smyrna, where Trebonius was besieged and relieved by Dolabella, is said to have been extremely beautiful, both for the straightness of the streets and its many noble structures. But not having drains to receive and carry away its own filth, it offended the inhabitants abominably with ill smells. Siena, a city in Tuscany, not having drains, wants a very great help to cleanliness, by which means the town not only stinks every night and morning, when people throw their nastiness out of the windows, but even in the daytime it is seen lying about the streets. Drains are of two sorts. One carries away the filth into some river, lake, or sea. The other is a deep hole dug in the ground, where the nastiness lies till it is consumed in the bowels of the earth. That which carries it away ought to have a smooth, sloping pavement, strong, compacted, that the ordure may run off freely, and that the structure itself may not be rotted by the moisture lying continually soaking upon it. It should also lie so high above the river that no floods or tides may fill it with mud and choke it up. A drain that is to lie open and uncovered to the air need have no other pavement but the ground itself. For the poets call the earth Cerberus, and the philosophers the wolf of the gods, because it devours and consumes everything. So that whatever filth and nastiness is brought into it, the earth rots and destroys it, and prevents its emitting ill steams. Sinks for the reception of urine should be as far from the house as possible, because the heat of the sun makes it rot and smell intolerably. Moreover, I cannot help thinking that rivers and canals, especially such as are for the passage of ships, ought to be included under the denomination of roads, since many are of opinion that ships are nothing but a sort of carriages, and the sea itself no more than a huge road. But there is no necessity to say anything more of these in this place. And if it happens that the conveniences we have treated of are not found sufficient, our business is to study how to mend the faults, and make whatever other additions are needful, the method of doing which we shall speak of in due time. Chapter 8, of the proper structure for a haven, and of making convenient squares in the city. Now, if there is any other part of the city that falls in properly with the subject of this book, it is certainly the haven, which may be defined a goal or proper place from whence you may begin a voyage, or where, having performed it, you may put an end to the fatigue of it and take repose. Others perhaps would say that a haven is a stable for ships, but let it be what you will, either a goal, a stable, or a receptacle, it is certain that if the business of a haven is to give a reception to ships out of the violence of storms, it ought to be made in such a manner as to be a sufficient shelter for that purpose. Let its sides be strong and high, and let there be room enough for large vessels heavy laden to come in and lie quiet in it, which conveniences, if they are offered to you by the natural situation of the place, you have nothing more to wish for, unless, as at Athens, where Thucydides says there were 3 havens made by nature, it should happen that you are doubtful among such a number which to choose. But it is evident from what we have already said in the first book, that there are some places where all the winds cannot be, and others where some actually are continually troublesome and dangerous. Let us therefore make choice of that haven into whose mouth none blow but the most gentle and temperate winds, and where you may enter or go out with the most easy breezes, without being forced to wait too long for them. They say that of all winds the north is the gentlest, and that when the sea is disturbed by this wind, as soon as ever the wind ceases, it is calm again. But if a south wind raises a storm, the sea continues turbulent a long while. But as places are various, our business is to choose such a one as is best provided with all conveniences for shipping. We must be sure to have such a depth in the mouth, bosom, and sides of the haven, as will not refuse ships of burthen, though ever so deep laden. The bottom, too, ought to be clear, and not full of any sort of weeds, though sometimes thick entangled weeds are of a good deal of use in fastening the anchor. Yet I should rather choose an haven that does not produce anything which can contaminate the purity of the air or prejudice the ships, as rushes and weeds which grow in the water readily do, for they engender a great many kinds of worms which get into the timbers of the vessel, and the rotting of the weeds raises unwholesome vapors. There is another thing which makes an haven noisome and unhealthy, and that is a mixture of fresh water, especially rainwater that runs down from hills. Though I would be sure to have streams and springs in the neighborhood, from whence fresh water that will keep may be brought for the use of the vessels. A port also ought to have a clear, straight, and safe passage outwards, with a bottom not often shifting, free from all impediments, and secure from the ambushes of enemies and pirates. Moreover, I would have it covered with some high steep hill that may be seen a great way off, and serve as a landmark for the sailors to steer their course by. Within the port we should make a quay and a bridge for the more easy unlading of the shipping. These works the ancients raised in different ways, which it is not yet our time to speak of, and we shall come to it more properly when we speak of the method of improving a haven and running up a pier. Besides all this, a good haven should have places to walk in, and a portico and temple for the reception of persons that are just landed. Nor should it want pillars, bars, and rings to fasten ships to, and there should also be a good number of warehouses or vaults for the laying up of goods. We should also at the mouth erect high and strong towers, from the lanterns of which we may spy what sails approach, and by fires give directions to the mariners, and which by their fortifications may defend the vessels of our friends, and lay chains across the port to keep out an enemy. And from the port strait through the heart of the city ought to run a large street, in which several other quarters of the town should center, that the inhabitants may presently run thither from all parts to repulse an insult from an enemy. Within the bosom of the haven likewise should be several smaller docks, where battered vessels may refit. But there is one thing which we ought not to omit, which relates entirely to the haven, which is that there have been, and now are, many famous cities, whose greatest security has lain in the unsafe and uncertain entrance of their harbors, and from the variety of its channels made almost hourly for the continual alteration of the bottom. Thus much we thought proper to say of public works in the universal acceptation, and I cannot tell whether there is any occasion to add what some insist upon, that there ought to be several squares laid out in different parts of the city, some for the exposing of merchandises to sale in time of peace, others for the exercises proper for youth, and others for laying up stores in time of war of timber, forage, and the like provisions necessary for the sustaining of a siege. As for temples, chapels, halls for the administration of justice, and places for shows, they are buildings that, though for public use, are yet the property of only a few persons, which are the priests and magistrates, and therefore we shall treat of them in their proper places. The end of Book 4. Book 5. Chapter 1. Of buildings for particular persons. Of the castles or habitations of a king or a tyrant, their different properties and parts. We showed in the last book that buildings ought to be variously accommodated, both in city and country, according to the necessities of the citizens and inhabitants, and that some belong to the citizens in common, others to those of greater quality, and others to the meaner sort, and finished our account of those of the first kind. The design of this fifth book is to consider of the supplying the necessaries and conveniences for particular persons. And in this copious and difficult subject, we shall make it our study, to the utmost of our ability and industry, to omit nothing really material or instructive, and not to say anything more for the embellishment of our discourse than for the necessary explanation of our subject. Let us begin, therefore, with the noblest. The noblest are certainly those who are entrusted with the supreme authority and moderation in public affairs. This is sometimes a single person, and sometimes many. If it is a single person, that person ought certainly to be him that has the greatest merit. We shall therefore first consider what is necessary to be done for one that has the sole power in himself. But we must previously inquire into one very material difference. What kind of a governor this is, whether one that with justice and integrity rules over willing subjects, one not guided so much by his own interest as the good and welfare of his people, or such a one as would have things so contrived with relation to his subjects that he may be able to continue his dominion over them, let them be ever so uneasy under it. For the generality of particular buildings and the city itself ought to be laid out differently for a tyrant from what they are for those who enjoy and protect a government as if it were a magistracy voluntarily put into their hands. A good king takes care to have his city strongly fortified in those parts which are most liable to be assaulted by a foreign enemy. A tyrant, having no less danger to fear from his subjects than from strangers, must fortify his city no less against his own people than against foreigners, and his fortifications must be so contrived that upon occasion he may employ the assistance of strangers against his own people, and of one part of his people against the other. In the preceding book, we showed how a city ought to be fortified against foreign enemies. Let us here consider how it is to be provided against the inhabitants themselves. Euripides thinks the multitude is naturally a very powerful enemy, and that if they added cunning and fraud to their strength, they would be irresistible. The politic kings of Cairo in Egypt, a city so populous that they thought it was extremely healthy and flourishing, when no more than 1,000 people died in a day, divided it by so many cuts and channels that it seemed not to be one single city, but a great number of small towns lying together. This, I suppose, they did, not so much that the conveniences of the river might be equally distributed, as to secure themselves against the popular commotions of a great multitude, and that if any such should happen, they might the more easily suppress them, just as if a man out of one huge colossus should make 2 or more statues, that he might better be able to manage or remove them. The Romans never used to send a senator into Egypt with proconsular authority to govern the whole province, but only some knights with commission to govern separate parts of it, and for this they are more inclined by Aristotle, who advises that a province so inclined to tumults and innovations might not be under the care of a single person, and that a large city was more exempt from discord than those which were divided by nature, either by a river flowing through the middle of it, or by a number of little separate hills, or by being built one part upon a hill and the other upon a plain, with a wall between them. And this wall or division, I think, ought not to be drawn like a diameter clear through the area, but ought rather to be made to enclose one circle within another. For the richer sort, desiring a more open space and more room, will easily consent to be shut out of the inner circle, and will be very willing to leave the middle of the town to cooks, victuallers, and other such trades, and all the scoundrel rabble belonging to Terence's parasite, cooks, bakers, butchers, and the like, will be less dangerous there than if they were not so live separate from the noble citizens. Nor is it foreign to our purpose what we read in Fabius, that Servius Tullius commanded the patricians to dwell in a certain part of the town, where if they offered at any disturbance, he was immediately ready to quell them from a superior situation. This wall within the city ought to run through every district of the town, and it should be built so strong and thick in all respects, and be raised so high, as indeed ought all the other city walls, that it may overlook all the private houses. It should also be fortified with battlements and towers, and a good ditch on both sides would not be amiss, that your men may the more easily defend it on any side. The towers upon this wall ought not to be open on the inside, but walled up quite round, and they should be so seated as not only to repulse the assaults of a foreign enemy, but of domestic one too upon occasion. And particularly they ought to command the great streets and the tops of all high temples. I would have no passage into these towers, but from off the wall itself, nor any way up to the wall but what is entirely in the power of the prince. There should be no arches nor towers in the streets that lead from the fortresses into the city, nor leads or terraces from which the soldiers may be molested with stones or darts as they pass to their duty. In a word, the whole should be so contrived that every place which any way commands the town should be in the hands of the prince, and that it should not be in the power of any person whatsoever to prevent his men from overrunning the city. And herein the city of a tyrant differs from that of a king, and perhaps they differ too in this, that a town in a plain is most convenient for a free people, but one upon a hill the safest for a tyrant, the other edifices for the habitation. Both for king and tyrant are not only the same in most respects, but also differ very little from the houses of private persons. And in some particulars they differ both from one another, and from these latter too. We shall speak first of those things wherein they agree, and of their peculiarities afterwards. This sort of buildings is said to have been invented only for necessity, yet there are some parts of them which serve besides to conveniency, that by use and habit seem to be grown as necessary as any, such as porticos, places for taking the air, and the like, which, though method may seem to require it, I shall not distinguish so nicely as to divide what is convenient from what is necessary, but shall only say that as in the city itself, so in these particular structures, some parts belong to the whole household, some to the use of a few, and others to that of a single person. Chapter 2. Of the portico, vestibule, courtyard, hall, stairs, lobbies, apertures, back doors, concealed passages and private apartments, and wherein the houses of princes differ from those of private men, as also of the separate and common apartments for the prince and his spouse. I do not think the portico and vestibule were made only for the convenience of servants, as Diodorus says, but rather for the common use of the citizens, but places for walking in within the house, the inner courtyard, the hall, which I believe took its name from dancing, because nuptials and feasts are celebrated in it, do not belong at all to the public, but entirely to the inhabitants. Parlours for eating in are of two sorts, some for the master, and others for the servants. Bedchambers are for the matrons, virgins, guests, and are to be separate for each. Of the general division of these we have already treated in our first book of designs, as far as was necessary, under a general title. We shall now proceed to the number and qualities of the rest. Vestibules, halls, and the like. Places of public reception in houses ought to be like squares and other open places in cities, not in a remote private corner, but in the centre, and the most public place, where all the other members may readily meet. For here all lobbies and staircases are to terminate. Here you meet and receive your guests. Moreover, the house should not have too many entrances, to the intent that nobody may come in, nor anything be carried out without the knowledge of the porter. Take care, too, that the windows and doors do not lie handy for thieves, nor be so open to the neighbors that they can interrupt or see or hear what is said or done in the house. The Egyptians built their private houses without any windows outwards. Some perhaps may be for having a back gate to which the fruits of the harvest may be brought home, either in carts or on horses, and not make a nastiness before the principal entrance, as also a smaller private door, at which the master of the house, without the knowledge of any of his family, may receive any private messages or advices, and go out himself as his occasions call him. I have nothing to say against these, and I am entirely for having concealed passages and private apartments barely known to the master himself, that upon any misfortune he may hide his plate and other wealth, or by which, if need be, he may escape himself. In David's sepulchre there were several private places made for concealing the king's hereditary treasures, and they were contrived so cunningly that it was hardly possible to find them out. Out of one of these places, Josephus informs us that Hyrcanus, the high priest, 1,300 years afterwards, took 3,000 talents of gold, which makes 1,800,000 Italian crowns, to free the city from Antiochus's siege. And out of another of them, Herod, a long time after that, got a vast quantity of gold. In these things, therefore, the houses of princes agree with those of private persons. The chief difference between private houses and palaces is that there is a particular air suitable to each. In the latter, the rooms designed for the reception of company should be more numerous and spacious. Those which are intended only for the use of a few, or of only one person, should be rather neat than large. But here again, a palace should differ from the house of a private person, and even these private apartments should be made more spacious and large, because all parts of a prince's place are generally crowded. In private houses, those parts which are for the reception of many should not be made at all different from those of a prince, and the apartments should be kept distinct for the wife, for the husband, and for the servants. And everything is not to be contrived merely for convenience, but for grandeur too, and so that the number of servants may not breed any confusion. All this indeed is very difficult, and hardly possible to be done under a single roof. Therefore, every member of the house must have its particular area and platform, and have a distinct covering and wall of its own. But then all the members should be so joined together by the roof and by lobbies, that the servants, when they are wanted about their business, may not be called, as it were, out of another house, but be always ready at hand. Children and maids, among whom there is an eternal chattering, should be entirely separated from the master's apartment, and so should the dirtiness of the servants. The apartments where princes are to eat should be in the noblest part of the palace. It should stand high and command a fine prospect of sea, hills, and wide views, which gives it an air of greatness. The house for his spouse should be entirely separated from that of the prince her husband, except only in the last apartment or bed-chamber, which should be in common between both. But then a single gate, under the care of the same porter, should serve both their houses. The other particulars, wherein the houses of princes differ from those of private persons, are such as are in a manner peculiar to the latter, and therefore we shall speak of them in their place. The houses of princes agree with one another in another respect, which is that besides those conveniences which they ought to have for their private use, they should have an entrance from the master way, and especially from the sea or river. And instead of a vestibule, they should have a large open area, big enough to receive the train of an ambassador or any other great man, whether they come in coaches, in barks, or on horseback. Chapter 5. A short recapitulation of the compartition and of the just composition and adorning the wall and covering. Though we have already said almost as much as was necessary of the compartition in the first book, yet we shall take a brief review of it again here. The chief and first ornament of anything is to be free from all improprieties. It will therefore be a just and proper compartition, if it is neither confused nor interrupted, neither too rambling nor composed of unsuitable parts, and if the members be neither too many nor too few, neither too small nor too large, not mismatched nor unsightly, nor as it were separate and divided from the rest of the body. But everything so disposed according to nature and convenience, and the uses for which the structure is intended, with such order, number, size, situation, and form, that we may be satisfied there is nothing throughout the whole fabric, but what was contrived for some use or convenience, and with the handsomest compactness of all the parts. if the competition answers in all these respects, the beauty and richness of any ornaments will set it well upon it. If not, it is impossible it should have any air of dignity at all. The whole composition of the members, therefore, should seem to be made and directed entirely by necessity and convenience, so that you may not be too much pleased that there are such or such parts in the building, as that they are disposed and laid out in such a situation, order, and connection. In adorning the wall and covering, you will have sufficient room to display the efficient materials produced by nature and the most curious contrivance and skill of the artificer. If it were in your power to imitate the ancient Osiris, who, we are told, built 2 temples of gold, one to the heavenly, the other to the royal Jupiter, or if you could raise some vast stone almost beyond human belief, like that which Semiramis brought from the mountains of Arabia, which was 20 cubits broad every way and 150 long, or if you had such large stone that you could make some part of the work all of one piece, like a chapel in Latona's temple in Egypt, 40 cubits wide in front and hollowed in one single stone, and so also covered with another, this no doubt would create a vast deal of admiration in the beholders, and especially if the stone was a foreign one and brought through difficult ways, like that which Herodotus relates to have been brought from the city of Elephantis, which was about 20 cubits broad and 15 high, and was carried as far as Susa in 20 days. It will also add greatly to the ornament and wonder of the work, if such an extraordinary stone be set in a remarkable and honorable place. Thus the little temple at Chemis, an island in Egypt, is not so surprising upon account of being covered with one single stone, as upon account of such a stone's being raised to so great a height. The rarity and beauty of the work itself will also add greatly to the ornament. So, for instance, if it is that sort of marble with which we are told Nero built a temple to Fortune in his golden palace, which was so white, so clear and transparent, that even when all the doors were shut, the light seemed to be enclosed within the temple. All these things are very noble in themselves, but they will make no figure if there is not care and art used in their composition or putting together, for every thing must be reduced to exact measure, so that all the parts may correspond with one another, the right with the left, the lower parts with the upper, with nothing interfering that may blemish either the order or the materials, but everything squared to exact angles and similar lines. We may often observe that base materials managed with art make a handsomer shoe than the noblest heaped together in confusion. Who can imagine that the wall of Athens, which Thucydides informs us, was built so tumultuously that they even threw into it some of the statues of their sepulchres, could have any beauty in it, or be any ways adorned by being full of broken statues? On the contrary, we are very much pleased with the walls of some old country houses, though they are built of any stone that the people could pick up, because they are disposed in even rows with an alternate chequer of black and white, so that, considering the meanness of the structure, nothing can be desired handsomer. But perhaps this consideration belongs rather to that part of the wall which is called the outward coat than to the body of the wall itself. To conclude, all your materials should be so distributed that nothing should be begun but according to some judicious plan, nothing carried on but in pursuance of the same, and no part of it left imperfect, but finished and completed with the utmost care and diligence. But the principal ornament of both the wall and covering, and especially of all vaulted roofs, always excepted columns, is the outward coat, and this may be of several sorts, either all white or adorned with figures and stuckwork, or with painting or pictures set in panels, or with mosaic work, or else a mixture of all these together. Chapter 4. Of the proper situation, structure, and fortification of a fortress, whether in a plain or upon a hill, its enclosure, area, walls, ditches, bridges, and towers. I find that even men of good experience in military affairs are in doubt which is the best and strongest manner of building a fortress, either upon a hill or plain. There is scarce any hill but what may be either attacked or undermined, nor any plain but what may be so well fortified that it shall be impossible to assault it without great danger. But I shall not dispute about this question. Our business is to contrive everything suitably to the nature of the place. And indeed, all the rules which we have laid down for the building a city should be observed in the building a fortress. The fortress particularly should be sure to have even and direct streets, by which the garrison may march to attack an enemy, or in case of sedition or treachery, their own citizens and inhabitants, and bring in succors, either out of their own country or from abroad, without impediment, by land, river, lake, or sea. One very good form for the area of a fortress is that of a sea joining to all the city walls, as to a round O with bending horns, but not encompassing them quite round, as is also that which is shaped like a star with rays running out to the circumference. And thus the fortress will be, as we before observed, it ought neither within nor without the city. If we were to give a brief description of the fortress or citadel, it might perhaps be not amiss to say that it is the back door to the city strongly fortified on all sides. But let it be what it will, whether the crown of the wall or the key to the city, it ought to look fierce, terrible, rugged, dangerous, and unconquerable, and the less it is, the stronger it will be. A small one will require the fidelity only of a few, but a large one that of a great many. And, as Euripides says, there never was a multitude without a great many dangerous spirits in it, so that in the case before us, the fewer we have occasion to trust, the safer we shall be. The outward wall or enclosure of the fortress should be built very strong, of large stone, with a good slope on the outside, that the ladders set against it may be weakened by their standing too oblique, and that the enemy who assaults it and endeavors to scale it may lie entirely open to the stones thrown down upon him, and that things cast at the wall by the military engines may not strike it full, but be thrown off aslant. The ground or area on the inside should be all paved with 2 or even 3 layers of very large stones, that the besiegers may not get in upon you by mines run under the wall. All the rest of the wall should be made very high and very strong and thick, quite to the uppermost cornice, that they may stoutly resist all manner of battery, and not easily be mounted by ladders, nor commanded by entrenchments cast up on the outside. In other respects, the same rules are to be observed that we have given for the walls of the city. The greatest defense to the walls either of a city or fortress is to be so provided that the enemy cannot approach you on any side without being exposed to imminent danger. This is done both by making very broad and deep ditches, as we said before, and also by leaving private loopholes almost at the very bottom of the wall, by which, while the enemy is covering himself with his shield from the besieged above, he may be taken in his flank which lies unguarded. And indeed there is no kind of defense so serviceable as this. You galt the enemy from these loopholes with the greatest safety to yourself. You have a nearer aim at him, and you are sure to do most execution, since it is impossible he should defend all parts of his body at the same time. And if your weapon passes by the first man without hurting him, it meets another, and sometimes wounds 2 or 3 at a time. On the contrary, when the besieged throws things down from the top of the wall, they must stand exposed to a good deal of danger, and it is a great chance whether they hit so much as one man, who may easily see what is coming upon him, and avoid it or turn it aside with his buckler. If the fortress stands upon the seaside, you should fix piles and heaps of stone scattered up and down about the coast to make it unsafe and prevent any batteries in shipping from coming too near. If it is upon a plain, it should be surrounded with a ditch filled with water. But then, to prevent its sinking and infecting the air, you should dig for it till you come to a living spring. If it is upon a hill, it should be encompassed with broken precipices, and where we have an opportunity, we should make use of all these advantages together. Those parts which are exposed to battery should be made semicircular, or rather with a sharp angle like the head of a ship. I am not to learn that some people of good experience in military matters are of opinion that very high walls are dangerous in case of battery, because their ruins fill up the ditch, and make a way in it for the enemy to approach and assault the place. But we shall avoid this inconvenience if we observe all the rules before laid down. But to return. Within the fortress ought to be one principal tower, built in the stoutest manner, and fortified as strongly as possible, higher than any other part of the castle, and not accessible by more than one way, to which there should be no other entrance but by a drawbridge. Drawbridges are of two sorts, one which is lifted up and stops up the entrance, the other which slides out and in as you have occasion for it. In a place exposed to boisterous winds, this last is the most convenient. Any tower that may possibly infest this principal one ought to be left quite open and naked on that side which stands towards it, or faced only with a very thin, weak wall. Chapter 5. Of those parts of the fortress where the soldiers are to stand, either to keep sentinel or to fight. Of the covering or roof of the fortress, and in what manner it is to be made strong, and of the other conveniences necessary in the castle, either of a king or a tyrant. The place where the soldiers are to stand to keep sentinel and to defend the wall should be so laid out that some may guard the lower parts of the fortress, others the upper, thus being all distributed into various posts and employments. In a word, the entrance in and passage out, and every separate part should be contrived and secured, that it may be exposed neither to the treachery of friends, nor the force or fraud of enemies. The roofs in a fortress should be built with an acute angle and very strong, that they may not easily be demolished by the weight of what is thrown from the military engines. The rafters in them must stand very close together, and a covering over them, and then lay the gutters for carrying off the rain, but entirely without lime or mortar. Then make a covering over the whole of pieces of tile, or rather of pumice stones, to the height of 3 foot. Thus it will neither be in danger from any weight falling upon it, nor from fire. In short, a fortress is to be built like a little town. It should be fortified with the same care and art, and if possible, provided with all the conveniences that a town should be. It must not want water, nor sufficient room for lodging the soldiers, and laying up stores of arms, corn, salted meat, vinegar, and particularly wood. And within this fortress, too, that which we call the principal tower, ought to be a little fortress within itself, and should want none of the conveniences required in a great one. It should have its own cisterns and storerooms for all provisions necessary, either for its maintenance or defense. It should have passages by which it may upon occasion attack even its own friends, and for the admission of succors. I will not omit one circumstance, which is that castles have sometimes been defended by means of their private passages for water, and towns taken by means of their drains. Both these may be of use for sending out private messengers, but you should be sure to contrive them so that they may do you more service than prejudice. Let them therefore be made but just big enough. Let them run winding several ways, and let them end in some very deep place, that there may not be room enough for a man with his arms, and that even one unarmed may not get into the castle without being permitted or called. The mouths of them may end very conveniently in some common drain, or rather in some unknown desert place, or in a private chapel, or a tomb in some church. We should likewise never be unprovided against human accidents and calamities, and therefore it will be very proper to have some passage into the very heart of the fortress, known to nobody but yourself, by which, if you should ever happen to be shut out, you may immediately get in with an armed force. And perhaps one good way to do this may be to have some very private part of the wall built only of earth or chalk, and not of stone and mortar. Thus much may suffice for what is necessary to be done for a single person that is possessed of the government, whether king or tyrant. Chapter 6. Of the several parts of which the Republic consists, the proper situation and building for the houses of those that govern the Republic, and of the priests, of temples as well large as small chapels and oratories. We are now to treat of those things which are proper to such as are at the head, not of a monarchy, but of a commonwealth. And here the power is lodged either in the hands of some one single magistrate, or else is divided among a certain number. The Republic consists of things sacred which appertain to the public worship, the care of which is in the priests, and of things profane, which regard the welfare and good of the society, the care of which is in the senators and judges at home, and in the generals of armies and fleets abroad. To each of these belong two kinds of building, one upon account of the person's office, the other for the use of his own private family. Every man's house should certainly be suited to the condition of life which he is in, whether he is a king, a tyrant, or a private person. There are some circumstances which in a particular manner become men in high stations. Virgil very judiciously makes Anchises have his house in a private part of the city and shaded with trees, knowing very well that the habitations of great men, for the dignity and quiet both of themselves and families, should be remote from the concourse of the vulgar and from the noise of trades, and this not only for the pleasure and convenience of having room for gardens, groves, or the like, but also that so large a family, consisting of different sorts of people, may not lie in the way to be corrupted and debauched by an ill neighborhood, since, as is rightly observed, more mischief is done by wine abroad than at home, and moreover, in order to avoid the eternal torment of numerous visitors and attendants. I have indeed observed that wise princes have not only placed themselves out of the way of the crowd, but even out of the city itself, that the common people might not be troublesome to them, but when they were in some particular want of their protection. And in reality, what signifies all their wealth and greatness if they can never enjoy a few hours of repose and leisure? However, their houses, let them stand where they will, ought to have large, spacious apartments to receive those that come to attend them, and the street which leads from them to the places where the public affairs are transacted should be of a good breadth, that their servants, clients, suitors, and followers, crowding to attend their patron, may not stop up the way and breed confusion. The different places where the magistrates are to exercise their offices are known to everybody. The business of the senator is in the Senate House, of the judge in the tribunal or court of justice, of the general in the army, of the admiral on board the fleet. But what shall we say of the priests, to whom belongs not only the temple, but also the cloister, which might be called a lodgment or camp for soldiers, since the chief priests and all his inferior ministers are employed in a stubborn and laborious warfare, as we have showed in the book called The Priest, namely that of virtue against vice. Of temples, some are principal, as is that wherein the chief priest upon stated seasons celebrates some solemn rites and sacrifices. Others are under the guardianship of inferior priests, as all chapels in town and oratories in the country. Perhaps the most convenient situation for the principal temple may be in the middle of the city, but it is more decent to have it somewhat remote from the crowd. A hill gives it an air of dignity, but it is more secure from earthquakes in a plain. In a word, the temple is to be placed where it may appear with most majesty and reverence, for which reason it should lie entirely out of the way of all filth and indecency, to the intent that fathers, matrons, and virgins who come to offer up their prayers may not be shocked and offended, or perverted from their intended devotions. Nigriginus, the architect, who wrote about the Termini, informs us that the ancient architects were for having the fronts of their temples facing the west, but this custom was afterwards quite altered, and it was thought better to have the temples and the termini look to the east, that they might have a view of the rising sun. But I have observed myself that the ancients, in the situating of their smaller temples or chapels, generally turned their fronts to as they might be seen from the sea, or some river or great road. To conclude, a structure of this kind ought to be so built as to entice those who are absent to come and see it, and to charm and detain those that are present by the beauty and curiosity of its workmanship. An arched roof will secure it most against fire, and a flat one against earthquakes, but the former will be the least liable to decay by the injury of time. And this may suffice as to the temples, because many things which seem necessary to be said here belong more properly to their ornament than to their real use, and therefore of those we shall treat elsewhere. Smaller temples and chapels must imitate the greater according to the dignity of their situation and uses. Chapter 7. That the priest's camp is the cloister, the duty of the priest, the various sorts of cloisters, and their proper situations. The priest's camp is the cloister, in which a certain number of persons shut themselves up together, in order to devote themselves either to religion or virtue. Such are those who have dedicated themselves to the sacred functions, or who have taken upon themselves a vow of chastity. Besides this, cloister is a place where persons of studious dispositions employ themselves about the knowledge of things as well, divine as human. For as the priest's duty is, as far as in him lies, to lead mankind into a course of life as near to perfection as possible, this can never be done more effectually than by philosophy. For as there are two things in the nature of man to which this must be owing, virtue and truth, when the former has taught us to calm and govern our passions, and the latter to know the principles and secrets of nature, which will purge the mind from ignorance and the contagion of the body, we may then be qualified to enter into a happy course of life, and to have some resemblance with the divine nature itself. Add to this, that it is the duty of all good men, as the priests ought and would be thought to be, to exercise themselves in all those offices of humanity which are due from every man to his neighbor, namely to assist and relieve the poor, the distressed, and the infirm, to the utmost of their power. These are the things in which the priest is to employ himself, and all those under his direction. Of the structures proper for these purposes, whether belonging to the superior or inferior rank of priests, we are now to treat. And first we shall begin with the cloister. Cloisters are of several sorts, either for such persons as are to be so strictly confined that they must never appear in public at all, unless at church or in processions, or for those who are to be allowed a little more liberty. Of these, again, some are for men, others for women. Those for women should, in my opinion, be neither too much in the city, nor too much out of it. For though in a solitude they may not be so much frequented, yet any one that has a design may have more opportunity to execute any villainous enterprise where there are so few witnesses than where there are a great many both to shame and dissuade him from such an attempt. It is our business in both to take care, not that they have no inclinations to be unchaste, but no means. For this purpose, every entrance must be so secured that nobody can possibly get in, and so well watched that nobody may loiter about in order to attempt it without instant suspicion and shame. No camp for an army should be so well guarded by entrenchments and palisadoes as a monastery ought to be by high walls, without either doors or windows in them, or the least hole by which not only no violator of chastity, but not so much as the least temptation, either by the eye or ear, may possibly get into disorder or pollute the minds of the recluse. Let them receive their light from an open court on the inside. Round this court, the portico, cells, refectory, chapter house, and the like conveniences should be disposed of according to their various uses in the same manner as in private houses, nor should space be wanting for gardens and meadows for the moderate recreation of the mind, but not for administering to pleasure. If all these precautions are taken, it will be best to have them out of the way of a concourse of people. The cloisters for both sexes therefore cannot be better placed than without the city, that the attention of their thoughts, which are entirely dedicated to holiness, and the calm and settled religion of their minds, may not be disturbed by too many visitors. But then I would have their houses, whether they are for men or women, situated in the most healthy air that can be found, so that the recluse, while they are wholly intent upon the care of their souls, may not have their bodies, already impaired by constant fasting and watching, oppressed likewise with weakness and diseases. Those who are without the city should be placed in a situation naturally strong, that neither robbers nor any plundering enemy with a small force may be able at every turn to sack it. And I would have it moreover fortified with a trench and a wall, nor would it be amiss to add a tower, which is not at all inconsistent with a religious edifice. The monastery for those recluse who to religion join the study of the liberal arts, that they may be the more ready to promote the good of mankind, according to the obligation of their character, ought to be neither within the noise and hurry of tradesmen, nor too far remote from the access of the citizens. And as they are a great many in family, and there is generally a great concourse of people to hear them preach and dispute concerning sacred things, they require a very large house. They can be placed nowhere better than among some public buildings, such as theatres, circuses, or squares, where the multitude going for their pleasure may more easily, by the exhortations, example, and admonition of the religious, be drawn from vice to virtue. Chapter VIII. Of places for exercise, public schools and hospitals, both for men and women. The ancients, and especially the Greeks, used in the very middle of their cities to erect those edifices which they called palaestrae, where those who applied themselves to philosophy attended public disputations. They were large, spacious places, full of windows, with a free prospect on all sides, and raised seats and porticos running round some green, flowery meadow. Such a structure is extremely proper for these persons who may be reckoned a kind of religious, and I would have those who delight in the study of learning be provided with every thing that may induce them to stay with their tutors with pleasure, and without uneasiness or satiety. For this reason I would have the meadow, the portico, and everything else so laid out that nothing whatsoever could be better contrived for recreation. In winter let them receive the kindly beams of the sun, and in summer be shady and open to gentle refreshing breezes. But of the delicacies of this kind of structures we shall speak more particularly in another place. Only if you resolve to erect public schools where the learned may meet and converse, place them in that situation which may be most convenient and pleasant for them. Let there be no noises of working trades, no noisome ill smells. And do not let it be a place for idle people to loiter in, but let it have more the air of a solitude, such as becomes men of gravity employed about the noblest and most curious inquiries. In a word, it should have more of majesty than nicety. As for hospitals where the priest is to exercise his charity towards the poor and distressed, they are to be built with much thought and a good deal of variety, for one place is proper for harbouring the distressed, and another for curing and fostering the sick and infirm. Among these last two we should take care to make a good deal of distinction, that while we are providing for a few useless people, we do not neglect more that might really be of service. There have been some princes in Italy that would never suffer any tattered cripples to go about their cities begging charity from door to door, but as soon as ever they came, an order was brought to them not to be seen in that city without working at some trade above 3 days, for there is hardly any so maimed but what may do some work or other, and even a blind man may turn a rope-maker's wheel if he can do nothing else. As for those who are entirely oppressed and disabled by some heavier infirmity, they were taken care of by magistrates appointed on purpose to provide for sick strangers and distributed regularly to inferior hospitals to be looked after. And by this means those poor wretches did not wander about begging relief, perhaps in vain. And the city was not offended by miserable and filthy objects. In Tuscany, always famous for religion and piety, there are noble hospitals built at a vast expense, where as well strangers as natives are furnished plentifully with all manner of necessaries for their cure. But as the sick are of various sorts, some afflicted with leprosy or plague, with which they might infect those that are in health, and others, if such an expression may be allowed, with more wholesome distempers, they ought to have places entirely separate. The ancients dedicated their buildings of this nature to Aesculapius, Apollo, and Health, gods among them, to whom they ascribed the cure of sickness and preservation of health, and situated them in the best air they could find out, and near plenty of the clearest water, where the sick might recover their health, not so much by the assistance of those gods as the natural healthiness of the place. And certainly nothing can be more reasonable than to carry the sick, whether under a private or a public cure, into the most healthy places. And perhaps none are more so than those which are very dry and stony, fanned with continual breezes, not burnt up by the sun, but cool and temperate. Since we find that all moisture is the mother of corruption, we see that nature in everything loves a medium, and even health itself is nothing but a due moderation of the qualities of the body, and indeed, nothing that is in extremes can please. For the rest, those who are seized with diseases which are contagious should be taken care of not only without the city, but remote from any high road. The others may be kept in the city. The apartments for all these should be so laid out and distributed that there may be distinct places for those who are curable, and those whom you take in rather to maintain them for the remainder of their unhappy days than to cure them. Of this sort are the superannuated and those who want their senses. Add further that the men and women, as well as the patients, as the persons that attend them, should have apartments separate from one another. And as some parts of the building should be for particulars, others should be in common, according as it shall be found necessary for the management of the patients, and the more easy cohabiting together, of which there is no occasion to say more in this place. We shall only observe that all these conveniences are to be contrived according to the rules hereafter, to be laid down for the houses of private persons. We shall therefore now proceed according to the method which we have prescribed to ourselves. Chapter 9. Of the Senate House, the Temple, and the Tribunals for the administration of justice. Having already observed that the Republic consists of two parts, the sacred and the profane, and having treated of the sacred as much as was requisite, and in a good measure too of the profane, where we took notice of the place in the palace of the prince, where the Senate was to meet, and where causes were to be heard, we shall now very briefly speak of those things which seem necessary to be further added, then proceed to encampments and fleets, and lastly treat of things relating to the uses of private persons. The ancients used to call their senates together in temples, and afterwards it grew a custom for them to meet somewhere out of the city. But at length, both for greater dignity and convenience in transacting the public affairs, it was found necessary to raise structures for this purpose only, where neither the length of the way nor any inconveniency in the place itself might deter the aged fathers from meeting often and continuing a good while together. And for this reason they placed the Senate House in the middle of the city, with the place for the administration of justice and the temple near adjoining, that not only those who made interest for offices or were obliged to attend lawsuits might with greater convenience and without losing their time or opportunity look after their affairs of both natures, but also that the fathers, as men are generally most devoted to religion in their old age, might first pay their devotions in the temple and afterwards repair immediately to the transaction of the public business. Add to all this that when any ambassador or foreign prince desires audience of the Senate, it becomes the Republic to have a place suitable to the dignity both of the stranger and of the city to receive them in while they wait for introduction. Lastly, in public buildings of this sort, you must not neglect none of those rules which belong to the convenient and honorable reception of a multitude of citizens and their easy dismission, and above all you must take particular care that there is not the least want of sufficient passages, lights, open areas, and the like. But in the hall for the administration of justice, where numbers of people resort about various contentions, the apertures must be more and larger and more direct than either in the temple or Senate House. The entrance into the Senate House ought to be made no less strong than handsome for very many reasons, and particularly to the intent that no foolish, headstrong rabble, at the instigation of any seditious ringleader, may be able at any time to attack and insult the senators, for which reason, more than for any other, there ought to be porticos, vestibules, and the like, where servants, clients, and attendants, waiting for their patrons, may be ready at hand to defend them in case of any sudden commotion. I will not omit one observation, namely, that no place where we are to hear the voices of persons either speaking, singing, or disputing should ever be vaulted, because such roofs confound the voice with echoes, whereas a flat ceiling made of timbers renders the sound more clear and distinct. Chapter 10. That encampments or lodgments for soldiers by land are of three sorts, in what manner they are to be fortified, and the various methods used by different nations. In laying down a camp, we ought to review and reconsider all those rules which we gave in the last book for the situation of a city, for indeed camps are, as it were, the seeds of cities, and you will find that not a few cities have been built in those very places where excellent generals had before encamped with their armies. In making a camp, the chief matter is to know to what intent it is designed. There would not be the least occasion for a camp if it were not for unforeseen accidents in war, and for the apprehension of assaults from a superior force, and therefore we are to consider the nature of the enemy. Of enemies, some are inferior as to valor and number, some equal, some superior. For this reason, we shall determine the different sorts of encampments to be three. The first is that which is made only for a time and is movable every moment, which is proper for withstanding and managing an enemy equal to yourself, and is designed partly for keeping the soldier safe from sudden attacks, and partly for watching and obtaining opportunities of effecting your designs. The second sort of encampment is stationary, in which you wait to oppress and subdue an enemy who, distrusting his own forces, shuts himself up in some strong hold. The third sort is that in which you shut up yourself to receive and repel the attacks of a superior force, so as to be able to fend the enemy away weary of the fatigues and loss in besieging you. In all these you must take great care that everything be so ordered that not the least particular be wanting which can be of service to your own security and welfare, and to the sustaining, repulsing, and breaking the enemy. And on the contrary, that the enemy, as far as lies in your power, may have no convenience whatsoever, by means of which he may either hurt you or secure himself. For this reason, the first thing to be consulted is the nature of the situation, that it be in a country well furnished with all manner of provisions, and be convenient for the easy bringing in either of convoys or supplies upon all occasions. Let water by no means be wanting, and let wood and pasture be not far off. Take care to have a free communication with your own territory, and an open passage at pleasure into the enemy's. Let the enemy, on the contrary, have nothing but difficulties and obstacles. I am for having a camp placed on a situation so high as to have an open view of the enemy's country all round. so that they may not begin or attempt anything whatsoever without your being immediately aware of it. Let it be secured all round with steep slopes, difficult ascents, and broken precipices, that the enemy may not be able to surround you with multitudes, nor to attack you on any side without exposing himself to imminent danger, or that if he should come close up to you, he may not conveniently use his engines or make any secure lodgments for himself near you. If the situation offers all these advantages, be sure to be the first to lay hold of them. If not, we must then consider what sort of camp and what kind of situation will best answer your purpose. A stationary camp ought to be much better fortified than a flying one, and a plain requires more art and diligence to strengthen it than a hill. We shall begin with the movable or flying camp, because it is much more frequently used than a stationary one, and indeed, the frequent moving the camp has very often conduced extremely to the health of the army. In placing a camp, it is a question that naturally arises in the mind whether it is best to fix it upon our own territory or upon that of the enemy. Xenophon says that by frequent changing our camp, our enemy is oppressed, but our friends eased. Without doubt, it is honorable and brave to lie upon the enemy's country, but it is convenient and safe to be upon our own. But indeed, a camp is, with regard to the territory which is subject to it, what a citadel is to a city, which ought to have a short and easy retreat towards its friends, and an open and ready passage upon its enemies. Lastly, as to the fortifying of camps, various methods have been used. The Britons used to make a fence round their camps with stakes 10 foot long, sharpened and burnt at the ends, which were then fixed in the ground, and the other standing up to keep off the enemy. Caesar tells us that the Gauls used to make a rampart of their wagons, as he says the Thracians also did against Alexander. The Nervi, or people of Tourae, used to cut down young trees, and binding and interlacing the boughs together, made them into a strong hedge, which served chiefly for keeping off the horse. Arrian relates that when Nearchus, Alexander's admiral, failed along the Indian Sea, having occasion to land, he surrounded his camp with a wall to secure himself against the barbarians. The Romans were always so well provided and had so much foresight that whatever happened they took care it should never be by their own fault, and they used to exercise their soldiers no less in making encampments than in the other parts of the military duty. Nor did they think there was so much merit in offending their enemies as in securing their own men, and they accounted it no small part of the victory to be able to withstand the enemy and to repulse him so stoutly as to make him despair of success, for which reason they never neglected any means of defense that they could learn or invent for their own safety, and if high hills or precipices were not to be had, they imitated them as well as they could with very deep ditches and high ramparts, encompassed with strong fences of stakes and hurdles. Chapter 11. The most convenient situation for a camp and its size, form, and various parts, together with the different methods of attacking and defending a camp or other fortification. We shall here proceed further upon this subject of camps, according to the methods of the aforementioned ancients. We must take care to pitch upon a place not only convenient, but so well adapted for whatever purpose we have in hand, that none could be found more suitable. And besides the other advantages before recited, let the soil be dry, not muddy, nor liable at any time to be overflowed, but let the situation be such that it may be always clear and free for your own men, and unsafe for the enemy. Let there be no foul puddle in the neighborhood, and let there be good water at an easy distance. Contrive, if possible, to have some clear springs within the camp itself, or to have the fosse filled with some river or running stream. The camp ought not to be so large, out of proportion to the number of your soldiers, that they cannot be able to keep sufficient sentry about it, so as to give the watchword round one to another, or to relieve one another so often as may be requisite in defending the ramparts. nor, on the contrary, ought it to be so cramped up and confined as not to afford sufficient room for all proper conveniences. Lycurgus was of opinion that angles were useless in a camp, and therefore he always laid out his in a circle unless he had some hill, river, or fortification at his back. Others commend a square area for encampments, but indeed in situating a camp we must accommodate ourselves to the necessity of the time and the nature of the place, according to the purpose which we have in hand, whether it be to oppress the enemy or to resist him. Let us make our fosse so big that it may not be filled up without great labor and a long space of time, or rather let us have 2 fosses with some intermediate space between them. The ancients, in works of this nature also, held it a point of religion to make use of odd numbers, for which reason it was their custom to make their ditches 15 foot wide and 9 deep. Let the sides of the ditch be perpendicular, so that it may be as broad at the bottom as the top. But where the soil is loose, you may allow a small slope, running somewhat narrower towards the bottom. In a plain or a low situation, fill your ditch with water brought from some river, lake, or sea. But if this cannot be effected, strew all the bottom with sharp points of steel and caltrops, and fix up and down a good number of stakes with their ends smoothed and sharpened to keep off the enemy. Having completed your ditch, make your rampart so thick that it may not be to be shaken by every little military engine, and so high as to be above the reach of the grappling hooks, and even of darts thrown by the hand. The earth dug out of the fosse lies very convenient and ready at hand for making up the rampart. The ancients for that work very much commended turfs dug out of the meadows with the grass upon them, the roots whereof fasten them very strongly together. Others intermix them with twigs of green osiers, which strike their roots into the rampart, and by the contexture of their fibres strengthen the whole work. Along the inward edge of the fosse and the outside of the rampart, set thorns, spikes, tenterhooks, and the like, to retard the enemy in his ascent. Let the top of the rampart be girt with a strong frame of timbers, joined to one another crossways like a cornice, with hurdles and earth well rammed in together between them, and upon these raise your battlements, and stick in forked palisadoes like stags' horns. In a word, let everything be so contrived in this kind of structure as to make it difficult to be either undermined, thrown down, or mounted, and to protect the soldier who is to defend it. Upon the edge of this rampart erect towers at the distance of every 100 feet, and especially in such parts as are most likely to be attacked, where they ought to stand closer and be built higher, that they may the more effectually annoy the enemy when he attempts to make his way into the camp. Let the praetorium, or general's tent, and the gate looking towards the enemy, as also that in the back of the camp, which 2 gates used formerly to be called the Porta Quintana and the Porta Decumana, be placed in the strongest parts of the camp, and lie convenient for making any sudden sally with the army, or bringing in of provisions, or giving a ready retreat to your own men. All these conveniences belong more particularly to a stationary camp than to a flying one. But as we ought to be provided against all accidents that either fortune or the calamity of the times can produce, we should not, even in a flying camp, neglect any of those particulars which we have spoken of, as far as may be necessary. Those things which belong to a stationary camp, especially one that is to expect a siege, are very nearly the same with those which we spoke of with relation to the citadel of a tyrant. A citadel is a structure purposely designed for the sustaining a siege, since the citizens always look upon it with an irreconcilable hatred. And it is indeed the most cruel kind of siege that can be imagined, to be continually watching it, and to be always upon the catch for an opportunity that may offer, by means of which you may satisfy the strong desire you have to destroy it. And for this reason, as we observed before, we should take the greatest care to make it strong, stout, durable, well provided for its own defense, and for weakening and repulsing the enemy, and able to defy the most obstinate and violent attacks. On the other hand, in those camps where you are to shut up and molest an enemy, all the same, Things are to be observed with the same care, for it is indeed a just observation that the nature of war is such that he who besieges is in a great measure besieged himself. For this reason you are to consider not only how you may take the place, but also how you may keep yourself from being oppressed, either by the boldness or diligence of the enemy, or by the carelessness of your own men. In order to take the place, you must proceed either by siege or by assault. And to keep yourself from being oppressed, there are also two methods, which are being stoutly fortified and making a brave defense. The whole purpose of an assault is to break in either upon a town or a fortification. I shall not speak here either of scaling ladders by means whereof you mount the wall in spite of the enemy, nor of mines, movable towers, engines for battery, nor of any other methods of offense either by fire, water, or any other force, inasmuch as we intend to treat of these military engines more clearly in another place. Thus much it may be proper here to mention that against the violence of battery we should oppose beams, planks, parapets of strong timber, hurdles, ropes, fascines, sacks stuffed with wool, rushes, or earth, and they should be so contrived as to hang loose and pliable. Against fire these things ought to be wetted, and especially with vinegar or mud, and covered with brick unbaked. Against water, to prevent the bricks from being washed away, they should be covered over with the hides of beasts. And lastly, against battery, that the hides may not be broken through or torn away, add any coarse cloths or tarpaulins thoroughly wetted and soaked. Circumvallations or trenches round the place besieged ought for several reasons to be drawn pretty near it, for by that means their circuit will be less. They will require fewer hands, expense, and materials to finish them. And when finished, the fewer men will be necessary to defend them. But they must not run so close under the wall that the besieged may annoy your men within their trenches by engines upon the wall. If the circumvallation be only intended to cut off from the besieged all manner of supplies, either of men or provisions from without, you may do this by stopping up all the ways and passages, and by barricading the bridges and fords, and blocking up the roads with strong fences of wood or stones, or by running up a continued rampart to join together the lakes, bogs, marshes, rivers, and hills, or if you can any ways lay the country under water. To these precautions we should add those which relate to the defense of our own camp, for the trenches, ramparts, towers, and the like ought to be so well fortified both towards the place besieged and on the side of any country that might throw in succors, that the former may not be able to annoy you by sallies, nor the latter by incursions. Moreover, in convenient places erect watchtowers and forts, that your men may go out to forage for wood, water, and provisions with safety and freedom. But do not let your troops be dispersed up and down in places too remote from one another, that they cannot obey the orders of a single general, nor fight with united forces, nor be ready at hand to assist one another upon any sudden emergency. It will not be foreign to our purpose to set down here an account of a fortification out of Appian, well worthy to be remembered. He tells us that when Octavianus Augustus besieged Lucius Antonius in Perusia, he made a trench quite to the Tiber, 7 miles long, 30 foot broad, and as many deep, which he fortified with a high wall, and with 1,050 wooden towers standing up, each 80 foot above the wall, and made the whole so strong that the besieged were not more frightened in it than they were excluded from annoying the enemy in any part. And thus much may suffice for encampments or stations by land, unless it may be thought necessary to add that we ought to choose out a place of the greatest dignity and honor, wherein to plant the standard of the Commonwealth with befitting majesty, where the rites of religion may be performed with all due reverence, and where the generals and other chief officers may meet either in council or for the administration of justice. Chapter 12. Of encampments, or stations at sea, which are fleets of ships and their parts, as also of havens and their proper fortification. Some perhaps will not allow that fleets are sea encampments, but will be rather for saying that we use ships like a kind of water elephant, which we direct as we please by its bridle, and that the haven is much more like a sea encampment than the fleet. Others, on the contrary, will say that a ship is no other than a travelling fortress. We shall pass by these disputes and proceed to show that there are two things by means of which the art of building may contribute to the safety and victory of generals of fleets and their forces. The first consists in the right construction and rigging of the vessels, and the second in the proper fortifying the haven, whether you are to go to attack the enemy or to stay to defend yourself. The primary use of shipping is to convey you and yours. The second is to fight without danger. The danger must arise either from the ships themselves, in which case it seems to be innate and incorporate with them, or else must happen to them from without. That from without is from the force and violence of winds and waves, from rocks and shelves, all which are to be avoided by experience in sea affairs and a thorough knowledge of places and winds. But the danger incorporate and innate with the vessel itself arises either from the design or the timbers, against which defects it falls under our province to provide. We should reject all timber that is brittle or apt to split, too heavy or liable to rot too soon. Nails and pins of brass or copper are reckoned better than those of iron. I have observed by means of Trajan's ship, which, while I was writing this treatise, was dug up out of the Lago di Nemi, where it had lain under water above 1,300 years, that the pine and cypress wood which was in it had remained surprisingly sound. It was covered on the outside with double planks, done over with Greek pitch, to which stuck a coat of linen cloth, and that again was plated over with sheets of lead fastened on with brass nails. The ancient architects took the model of their ships from the shape of a fish. That part which was the back of the fish in the ship was the keel. That which in the fish was the head, in the ship was the prow. The tail was the helm, and instead of fins and gills, they made oars. Ships are of two sorts, and are built either for burthen or for speed. A long vessel cuts its way quickest through the water, especially when it sails before the wind, but a short one is most obedient to the helm. I would not have the length of a vessel of burthen less than 3 times its breadth, nor that of a vessel for speed more than 9 times. We have treated more particularly of everything relating to a vessel in a book intended wholly for that purpose, called The Ship, and therefore shall have occasion to say no more of it here than what is just necessary. The parts of a ship are these: the keel, the poop, the prow, the 2 sides, to which you may, if you please, add the sail, the helm, and the rest of the parts that belong to the course of the ship. The hollow of the vessel will bear any weight that is equal to the weight of water that would fill it quite up to the top. The keel must be straight, but all the other parts made with curved lines. The broader the keel is, the greater weight the vessel will carry, but then it will be the slower. The narrower the keel is, the swifter will be the ship, but then it will be unsteady unless you fill it with ballast. The broad keel is most convenient in shallow water, but in deep seas the narrow one will be more secure. The sides and prow built high will make the stoutest resistance against the waves, but then they are more exposed to danger from the winds. The sharper the head is, the swifter the ship will make its way, and the thinner the stern, the more steady will the vessel in its course. The sides of the ship towards the head ought to be very stout and a little swelling outwards to throw off the waves when it ploughs through the water, both with sails and oars. But towards the stern they should grow narrower in order to slip through the waves with the more ease. A number of helms adds firmness to the vessel, but takes off from its swiftness. The mast should be as long as the whole ship. We shall not here descend to other minute particulars necessary both to the way and defence of the vessel, such as oars, ropes, sharp beaks, towers, bridges, and the like, but shall only observe that the planks and timbers which hang down by the sides and stick out by the beak of the vessel will serve instead of a fortification against the attacks of the enemy, as will poles stuck upright instead of towers, and the boom, or the skiff, laid over the boom instead of bridges. The ancients used in the prow of their ships to place a military engine, which they called a corvus. But our mariners now in the head and stern of their vessels near the masts have learnt to set up towers, which they fence round with old coarse cloths, ropes, sacks, and the like, to deaden the force of any violence that might attack them, and to keep off any enemy that should attempt to board them. They set up a fence of network. I have in another place considered and shown how the floor of the ship may, in a moment, in the midst of an engagement, be filled with sharp points sticking up close to one another, so that an enemy can never set his foot anywhere without a wound. And once the cleared way is shut, it is not a proper place for repeating it again, and it is sufficient to have given the hint to an ingenious mind. Moreover, I have found a way how, with a slight stroke of a hammer, to throw down the whole floor, with all the men that have boarded the vessel and stand upon it, and then again with very little labor to replace it as it was before, whenever it is thought necessary to do so. Neither is this a proper place to relate the methods which I have invented to sink and burn the enemy's ships and destroy their crews by miserable deaths. We may perhaps speak of them elsewhere. One thing must not be omitted, namely, that vessels of different heights and sizes are required in different places. In the Mare Maggiore, in the narrows among the islands, a large ship that cannot be managed without a great number of hands is very unsafe when the winds are anything boisterous. On the contrary, out of the strait's mouth, in the wide ocean, a little vessel will not be able to live. To this head of maritime affairs also belong the defending and blocking up a haven. This may be done by sinking any great body, or by moles, piers, chains, and the like, whereof we have treated in the preceding book. Drive in piles, block the port up with huge stones, and link large hollow frames made either of planks or osiers and filled with any heavy stuff. But if the nature of the place or the greatness of the expense will not allow of this, as for instance, if the bottom be a sand or mud continually moving, or the water be of too great a depth, you may then block up the haven in the following manner. Make a float of great barrels fastened together, with planks and timbers joined crossways to one another, and with large spikes and sharp beaks sticking out from the float, and piles with points of iron, such as are called flood piles, to the intent that none of the enemy's light ships may dare to drive against the float with full sails, in order to endeavor to break or pass it. Daub the float over with mud to secure it against fire, and fortify it with a palisado of hurdles or strong boards, and in convenient places with wooden towers, fastening the whole work against the fury of the waves with a good number of anchors concealed from the enemy. It would not be amiss to make such a work sinuous or wavy, with the backs of the arches turned against the stresses of the weather, that the float may bear the less upon its anchors. But upon this subject, thus much may suffice. Chapter 13. Of the Commissaries, Chamberlains, public receivers, and the like magistrates, whose business is to supply and preside over the public granaries, chambers of accompts, arsenals, marts, docks, and stables, as also of the 3 sorts of prisons, their structures, situations, and compartments. Now, as the execution of all these things requires good store of provisions and of treasures to supply the expense, it will be necessary to say something of the magistrates who have the care of this part of the business, as, for instance, commissaries, chamberlains, public receivers, and the like, for whom the following structures must be erected: the granary, the chamber for keeping the treasures, the arsenal, the mart, or place for the transacting commerce, the dock, and the public stables for horses. We shall have but little to say here upon these heads, But that little must not be neglected. It is evident to every man's reason that the granary, the chamber of accomps, and the arsenal or magazine for arms ought to be placed in the heart of the city and in the place of greatest honour for the greater security and convenience. The docks or arsenals for shipping should be placed at a distance from the houses of the citizens for fear of fire. We should also be sure in this last sort of structure to raise a good many entire party walls in indifferent places, running from the ground quite up above the roof, to confine the flame if any should happen, and prevent it catching from one roof to another. Marts ought to be fixed by the seaside, upon the mouths of rivers, and the meeting of several great roads. The docks or arsenals for shipping should have large basins or canals of water, wherein to receive such vessels as want refitting, and from which they may be conveniently launched out again to sea. But we should take care that this water be not a standing one, but be kept in constant motion. Shipping is very much rotted by southerly winds, and cracked by the midday heat. But the aspect of the rising sun preserves it. All granaries or other structures built for the laying up of stores absolutely require a dryness both of air and situation. But we shall speak more fully of the particulars when we come to the conveniences belonging to private persons, to whose use they are indeed referred. Only we shall say something here of the places for laying up salt. A storehouse for salt ought to be made in the following manner. Make up the ground with a layer of coal to the height of 1 cubit or foot and an half, and stamp it down very tight. Then strew it with sand pounded together with clean chalk to the height of 3 hands' breadths, and lay it exactly level, and then pave it with square bricks baked till they are quite black. The face of the walls on the inside ought to be made of the same sort of bricks, but if you have not a sufficient quantity of them, you may build it with square stone, not either with soft stone or flint, but with some stone of a middle nature between those two, only very hard, and let this sort of work go the thickness of a cubit into the wall, and then let the whole inside be lined with planks of wood, fastened with brass nails, or rather jointed together without any nails at all, and fill up the intermediate space between the lining and the wall with reeds. It would also have a mighty good effect to daub over the planks with chalk steeped in lees of oil, and mixed with spat and rushes shred small. Lastly, all public buildings of this nature ought to be well fortified with stout walls, towers, and ammunition against all manner of force, malice, or fraud, either of robbers, enemies, or seditious citizens. I think I have now said enough of public structures, unless it may be thought necessary to consider of one particular more, which concerns the magistrate, and that not a little, namely, that it is necessary he should have places for the confinement of such as he has condemned either for contumacy, treachery, or villainy. I observe that the ancients had 3 sorts of prisons. The first was that wherein they kept the disorderly and the ignorant, to the intent that every night they might be doctored and instructed by learned and able professors of the best arts in those points which related to good manners and an honest life. The second was for the confinement of debtors, and for the reformation of such as were got into a licentious way of living. The last was for the most wicked wretches and horrid profligates, unworthy of the light of the sun, or the society of mankind, and soon to be delivered over to capital punishment, or perpetual imprisonment and misery. If any man is of opinion that this last sort of prison ought to be made like some subterraneous cavern, or frightful sepulchre, he has certainly a greater regard to the punishment of the criminal than is agreeable either to the design of the law or to humanity, and though wicked men do by their crimes deserve the highest punishment, yet the prince or commonwealth ought never to forget mercy in the midst of justice. Therefore let it be sufficient to make this sort of buildings very strong and secure, with stout walls, roofs, and apertures, that the person confined may have no means of making his escape, which may in a great measure be obtained by the thickness, depth, and height of the walls, and their being built with very hard and large stones, joined together with pins of iron or brass. To this you may, if you please, add windows grated with strong bars of iron or wood, though in reality nothing of this sort whatsoever can fully secure a prisoner always thoughtful of his liberty and safety, nor prevent his making his escape, if you let him use the strength which nature and cunning have bestowed upon him, and on which account there is an excellent admonition contained in this saying, that the vigilant eye of a gaoler is a prison of adamant. But in other respects let us follow the method and customs of the ancients. We must remember that in a prison there must be privies and hearths for fire, which ought to be contrived to be without either smoke or ill smells. The whole plan of one entire prison may answer all the aforementioned purposes. Enclose it with very high and strong walls, without any apertures, a space of ground in some secure and not unfrequented part of the city, and fortify it with towers and galleries. From this wall inwards, the apartments where the prisoners are to be confined, let there be an open walk about 4 foot and a half wide, where the keepers may take their rounds every night to prevent any escapes by conspiracy among the prisoners. The space remaining in the middle of this circuit divide in the following manner. Instead of a vestibule, make a good pleasant hall, where those may be instructed who are sent thither in order to be forced to learn how to demean themselves. Next to this hall, make habitations for the gaolers and places for them to keep guard in, within an enclosure of lattices and crossbars. Next, let there be an open court with porticos on each side of it, with windows in them, through which you may see into all the cells within, in which cells bankrupts and debtors are to be confined, not all together, but in different apartments. In the front of this court there must be a closer prison for such as are guilty of small offenses, and beyond that a place where prisoners for capital crimes may be confined with yet greater strictness and privacy. Chapter 14. Of private houses and their differences, as also of the country house and the rules to be observed in its situation and structure. I now come to treat of private edifices. I have already observed elsewhere that a house is a little city. We are therefore in the building of it to have an eye almost to everything that relates to the building of a city, that it be healthy, furnished with all manner of necessaries, not deficient in any of the conveniencies that conduce to the repose, tranquillity, or delicacy of life. What those are and how they are to be obtained, I think I have already, in a great measure, shown in the preceding books. However, as the occasion here is different, we shall consider them over again in the following manner. A private house is manifestly designed for the use of a family, to which it ought to be a useful and convenient abode. It will not be so convenient as it ought, if it has not everything within itself that the family has occasion for. There is a great number of persons and things in a family which you cannot distribute as you would in a city, so well as you can in the country. In building a house in town, your neighbor's wall, a common gutter, a public square or street and the like, shall all hinder you from contriving it just to your own mind, which is not so in the country, where you have as much freedom as you have obstruction in town. For this and other reasons, therefore, I shall distinguish the matter thus, that the habitation for a private person must be different in town from what it is in the country. In both, there must again be a difference between those which are for the meaner sort of citizens and those which are for the rich. The meaner sort build only for necessity, but the rich for pleasure and delight. I shall set down such rules as the modesty of the wisest men may approve of in all sorts of buildings, and for that purpose shall begin with those which are most easy. Habitations in the country are the freest from all obstructions, and therefore people are more inclined to bestow their expense in the country than in town. We shall therefore first take a review of some observations which we have already made, and which are very material with relation to the chief uses of a country house. They are as follows. We should carefully avoid a bad air and an ill soil. We should build in the middle of an open champion, under the shelter of some hill, where there is plenty of water and pleasant prospects, and in the healthiest part of a healthy country. A heavy, unhealthy air is said to be occasioned not only by those inconveniences which we mentioned in the first book, but also by thick woods, especially if they are full of trees with bitter leaves. Because the air in such places being kept in motion, either by sun or winds, wants its due concoction. It is also occasioned by a barren and unwholesome soil, which will never produce anything but woods. A country house ought to stand in such a place as may be most convenient for the owner's house in town. Xenophon would have a man go to his country house on foot, for the sake of exercise, and return on horseback. It ought not, therefore, to lie far from the city, and the way to it should be both good and clear, so as he may go either in summer or winter, either in a coach or on foot, and if possible by water. It will be also very convenient to have your way to it lie through a gate of the city that is not far from your town house, but as near it as may be, that you may go backwards and forwards from town to country, and from country to town, with your wife and family, as often as you please, without being too much observed by the people, or being obliged in the least to consult your dress. It is not amiss to have a villa so placed that when you go to it in a morning, the rays of the rising sun may not be troublesome to your eyes, nor those of the setting sun in the evening when you return to the city. Neither should a country house stand in a remote, desert, mean corner, distant from a reasonable neighborhood, but in a situation where you may have people to converse with, drawn to the same place by the fruitfulness of the soil, the pleasantness of the air, the plentifulness of the country, the sweetness of the fields, and the security of the neighborhood. Nor should a villa be seated in a place of too much resort, near adjoining either to the city, or any great road, or to a port where great numbers of vessels and boats are continually putting in. But in such a situation, as though none of those pleasures may be wanting, yet your family may not be eternally molested with the visits of strangers and passengers. The ancients say that in windy places things are never spoiled by rust or mildew, but in moist places and low valleys, where the winds have not a free course, they are very much exposed to them. I cannot approve of one general rule which is laid down for all places, namely, that a country house ought to be built so as to look towards the rising of the sun when it is in the equinox. For nothing can be said relating to the sun and winds, but what must alter according to the difference of the climate, since the north wind is not light, and the south unhealthy in all places. Celsus, the physician, very well observed that all winds which blow from the sea are grosser than those which blow over land, which are always lighter. Upon this account of the winds we ought to avoid the mouths of all valleys, because in such places the winds are too cold if they come in the night, or too hot if in the day, being overheated by the too great reflection of the sun's rays. Chapter 15. That country houses are of two sorts: the proper disposition of all their members, whether for the lodging of men, animals, or tools of agriculture and other necessary instruments. But as of habitations in the country, some are designed for gentlemen, others for husbandmen, some invented for use, others perhaps for pleasure. We shall begin with those which belong to husbandmen. The habitations of these ought not to be far from their master's house, that he may be at hand to overlook them every now and then, to see what they are doing, and what orders it is necessary for him to give. The peculiar business of these structures is for the getting in, ordering, and preserving the fruits of the earth. Unless you will say that this last office, namely of preserving the grain, belongs rather to the house of the master, and even rather to his house in the city than to that in the country. This business is to be done by a number of hands and a good quantity of tools, but most of all by the diligence and industry of the farmer or overseer. the ancients computed the necessary family of a farmer to be about 15 persons. For these, therefore, you must have convenient places where they may warm themselves when they are cold, or retire for shelter when they are driven from their labor by foul weather, where they may eat their meals, rest themselves, and prepare the things they will want in their business. Make therefore a large kitchen, not obscure, nor liable to danger from fire, with an oven, stove, pump, and sink. Beyond the kitchen, let there be a room where the better sort among your people may lie, and a larder for preserving all sorts of provisions for daily use. Let all the other people be so distributed that everyone may be near those things which are under his particular care. Let the overseer lie near the principal gate, that nobody may pass and repass or carry anything out in the night without his knowledge. Let those who have the care of the cattle lie near the stable, that they may be always at hand to keep everything in good order, and this may be sufficient with relation to your people. Of tools or instruments, some are animate as cattle, and some inanimate as carts, all sorts of iron tools and the like. For these erect on one side of the kitchen a large shed under which you may set your cart, plough, harrows, yoke, hay baskets, and the like utensils, and let this shed have a south aspect, that in winter time the family may divert themselves under it on holidays. Make a very large and neat place for your presses, both of wine and oil. Let there be also a storehouse for the laying up and preserving your measures, hampers, baskets, cordage, houghs, pitchforks, and so forth. Over the rafters that run across within the shed you may spread hurdles, and upon them you may lay up poles, rods, staves, boughs, leaves, and fodder for your oxen, hemp and flax unwrought, and such like stores. Cattle is of two sorts, one for labor, as oxen and horses, the other for profit, as hogs, sheep, goats, and all sorts of herds. We shall speak first of the laboring sort, because they seem to come under the head of instruments, and afterwards we shall say something of those which are for profit, which belong properly to the industry of your overseer or farmer. Let the stables for horses and for oxen and all other black cattle be warm in winter, and let their racks be strong and well fenced, that they may not scatter their meat. Let the hay for the horses be above them, that they may not reach it without some pains, and that they may be forced to raise their heads high for it, which makes their heads drier and their shoulders lighter. On the contrary, let their oats and other grain lie so as they may be forced to stoop low for it, which will prevent their taking too large mouthfuls and swallowing too much whole, besides that it will strengthen their breast and muscles. But above all, you must take particular care that the wall behind the manger, against which the horse's head is to stand, be not damp. The bone which covers the horse's brain is so thin that it will bear neither damp nor cold, and therefore take care also that the moon's beams do not come in at the windows, which are very apt to make him wall-eyed and to give him grievous coughs. And indeed the moon's beams are as bad as a pestilence to any cattle that are infirm. Let the ox's manger be set lower, that he may eat as he lies. If horses see the fire, they are prodigiously frightened, and will grow rugged. Oxen are pleased with the sight of men. If a mule is set up in a hot or dark place, she runs mad. Some think the mule does not want so much as the least shelter for any other part but her head, and that it is not at all the worse if her other parts are exposed to dews and colds. Let the ground under the oxen be paved with stone, that the filth and dung may not rot their hoofs. Under horses make a trench in the pavement, and cover it with planks of holm or oak, that their urine may not settle under them, and that by their pawing they may not spoil both their hoofs and the pavement. Chapter 16. That the industry of the farmer or overseer ought to be employed as well about all sorts of animals, as about the fruits of the earth, as also of the construction of the threshing floor. We shall just briefly mention that the industry of the overseer is not only to be employed about gathering in the fruits of the earth, but also about the management and improvement of cattle, fowls, fish, and other animals. Set the stalls for cattle in a dry place, and never in a damp one. Clear away every little stone from under them, and make them with a slope, that you may easily sweep and clean them. Let one part of them be covered, and the other open, and take care that no southerly or other moist wind can affect the cattle in the night, and that they be sheltered from all other troublesome blasts. For a place to keep rabbits in, build a wall of square stone, with its foundations dug so low as to be in water. Within the space enclosed, make a floor of male sand, with little hillocks here and there, and fuller's earth. Let your poultry have a shed in the yard, facing the south, and thick strewed with ashes, and over this places for them to lay their eggs, and perches to roost upon in the night. Some are for keeping their poultry in large coops, in some handsome enclosed area facing the east. But those that are designed for laying and hatching of eggs, as they are more cheerful, having their liberty, so too they are more fruitful. Whereas those which are kept in a dark, confined place seldom bring their eggs to anything. Place your dove house so as to be in view of water, and do not make it too lofty, but of such an easy height that the pigeons wearied with flying, or after sporting about in the air with one another, may gently glide down upon it with ease and pleasure. Some there are who say that when the pigeon has found her meat in the field, the farther she has it to carry to her young, the fatter she makes them with it. And the reason they give is because the meat which they carry home to feed their young in their crop, by staying there a good while, is half concocted. And upon this account they are for placing the dove-house on some very high, steep situation. They think, too, that it is best for the dove-house to be at a pretty good distance from its water, that the pigeons may not chill their eggs by coming to them with their feet wet. If in one corner of the tower you enclose a castral, it will secure your dove-house from birds of prey. If under the door you bury the head of a wolf strewed over with cummin seed, in an earthen vessel full of holes for the smell to get out, it will bring you an infinite number of pigeons. If you make your dove-house floor of chalk, and wet it thoroughly with man's urine, you will bring multitudes of pigeons from the seats of their ancestors to take up their abode with you. Before the windows let there be cornices of stone or of olive wood, projecting out a cubit, for the pigeons to light upon at their coming home, and to take their flight from at their going abroad. If the young ones which are confined have a view of trees and the sky before they can fly, it will make them droop and pine away. Other smaller birds which you have a desire to breed ought to have their nests and apartments made for them in some warm place. Those which walk more than they fly should have them low and upon the ground itself. For others they should be made higher. Each should have a separate apartment, divided by partitions on each side, to keep their eggs or young from falling out of the nest. Clay is better to make the nests of than lime, and lime than terrors. All sort of old stone. New cut is bad. Bricks are better than turf, if not too much baked. The wood either of poplar or fir is very useful. All the apartments for birds ought to be smooth, clean, and sweet, and especially for pigeons. Even 4-footed beasts, if kept nasty, will grow scabby. Let every part, therefore, be well done over with rough cast, and plastered and whitewashed, not leaving the least cranny unstopped, that polecats, weasels, newts, or the like vermin may not destroy the eggs or the young, or prejudice the wall, and be sure to make convenient places to keep their meat and water in. It will be very convenient for this purpose to have a moat quite round your house, wherein your geese, ducks, hogs, and cows may water and wash themselves, and near which, in all weathers, they may have as much meat lying ready for them as they will eat. Let the water and meat for your smaller fowls be kept in tunnels along the wall, so that they may not scatter or dirty it with their feet, and you may have pipes into these tunnels from without, through which you may convey their food into them. In the middle, let there be a place for them to wash in, with a constant supply of clean water. Make your fish pond in a chalky soil, and dig it so deep that the water may neither be overheated by the rays of the sun, nor too easily frozen up by the cold. Moreover, make some caverns in the sides, for the fish to run into upon any sudden disturbance of the water, that they may not be wasted and worn away by continual alarms. Fish are nourished by the juices of the earth. Great heat torments them, and extreme frost kills them. But they are very much pleased and delighted by the midday sun. It is thought not amiss to have the turbid floods after rains flow into the pond sometimes, but never upon the first rain after a long dog days, because they then have a strong tincture of lime, and will kill the fish, and afterwards too they should be admitted but rarely, because their stinking slime is apt to prejudice both the fish and water too. But still there ought to be a continual flux and reflux of water, either from some spring, river, lake, or sea. But concerning fish ponds, which are to be supplied by the sea-water, the ancients have given us fuller instructions in the following manner. A muddy soil affords the best nourishment for flat fish, such as soles and the like, and a sandy is best for shellfish. The sea itself is best for others, as the dory and shark, and the sea thrush and whiting feed best among the rocks, where they are naturally bred. Lastly, they say that there can be no better pond for keeping fish in than one so situated that the waves of the sea which flow into it are continually removing those which were in it before, not suffering the water ever to stagnate, and that the slower the water is in renewing, the less wholesome it is. And this much may suffice as to the care and industry of the farmer or overseer in the affairs above mentioned. But we must not here omit the chief thing needful with relation to the gathering together and storing up the fruits of the harvest, and this is the threshing floor, which ought to lie open to the sun and air, and not far from the shed mentioned before, that upon any sudden rain you may immediately remove both your grain and workmen into shelter. In order to make your floor, you need not give yourself the trouble to lay the ground exactly level, but only plane it pretty even, and then dig it up and throw a good quantity of lees of oil upon it, and let it soak in thoroughly, then break the clods very small, and lay them down even, either with a roller or a harrow, and beat it down close with a rammer. Then pour more lees of oil upon it, and when this is dried into it, neither mice nor ants will come anear it, neither will it ever grow poachy, or produce grass or weeds. Chalk likewise adds a good deal of firmness to a work of this nature, and thus much for the habitation of the labourers. Chapter 17, of the country house for a gentleman, its various parts, and the proper disposition of each of those parts. Some are of opinion that a gentleman's country house should have quite different conveniencies for summer and for winter, and the rules they give for this purpose are these. The bedchambers for the winter should look towards the point at which the sun rises in winter, and the parlour towards the equinoctial sun setting, whereas the bedchambers for summer should look to the south, the parlours to the winter sun rising, and the portico, or place for walking in, to the south. But in my opinion, all these conveniences ought to be varied according to the difference of the country and climate, so as to temper heat by cold and dry by moist. I do not think it necessary for the gentleman's house to stand in the most fruitful part of his whole estate, but rather in the most honourable, where he can uncontrolled enjoy all the pleasures and conveniences of air, sun, and fine prospects, go down easily at any time into his estate, receive strangers handsomely and spaciously, be seen by passengers for a good way round, and have a view of some city towns, the sea, an open plain, and the tops of some known hills and mountains. Let him have the delights of gardens and the diversions of fishing and hunting close under his eye. We have in another place observed that of the different members of a house, some belong to the whole family in general, other to a certain number of persons in it, and others again only to one or more persons separately. In our country house, with regard to those members which belong to the whole family in general, let us imitate the prince's palace. Before the door let there be a large open space, for the exercises either of chariot or horse racing, much longer than a youth can either draw a bow or throw a dart. Within the house, with regard to those conveniences necessary for a number of persons in the family, let there not be wanting open places for walking, swimming, and other diversions, courtyards, grass plots, and porticos, where the old men may chat together in the kindly warmth of the sun in winter, and where the family may divert themselves and enjoy the shade in summer. It is manifest, some parts of the house are for the family themselves, and others for the things necessary and useful to the family. The family consists of the following persons: the husband, the wife, their children and relations, and all the different sorts of servants attendant upon these. Besides which, guests too are to be reckoned as part of the family. The things useful to the family are provisions, and all manner of necessaries, such as cloths, arms, books, and horses also. The principal member of the whole building is that which, whatever names others may give it, I shall call the courtyard with its portico. Next to this is the parlour, within this the bedchambers, and lastly the private rooms, for the particular uses of each person in the family. The other members of the house are sufficiently known by their uses. The courtyard, therefore, is the principal member, to which all the other smaller members must correspond, as being in a manner a public marketplace to the whole house, which from this courtyard derives all the advantages of communication and light. For this reason, everyone desires to have his courtyard as spacious, large, open, handsome, and convenient as possible. Some content themselves with one courtyard, others are for having more, and for enclosing them all with very high walls, or some with higher and some with lower. And they are for having them some covered and others open, and others again half covered and half uncovered. In some they would have a portico only on one side, in others on two or more, and in others all round. And these porticos, lastly, some would build with flat, others with arched roofs. Upon these heads I have nothing more to say, but that regard must be had to the climate and season, and to necessity and convenience, so as in cold countries to ward against the bleak north wind, and in hot climates to avoid the troublesome and scorching rays of the sun. Admit the pleasantest breezes on all sides, and such a grateful quantity of light as is necessary, but do not let your courtyard be exposed to any noxious vapours exhaled from any damp place, nor to frequent hasty showers from some overlooking hill in the neighbourhood. Exactly answering the middle of your courtyard place, your entrance with a handsome vestibule, neither narrow, difficult, or obscure. Let the first room that offers itself be a chapel dedicated to God, with its altar, where strangers and guests may offer their devotions, beginning their friendship by religion, and where the father of the family may put up his prayers for the peace of his house and the welfare of his relations. Here let him embrace those who come to visit him, and if any cause be referred to him by his friends, or he has any other serious business of that nature to transact, let him do it in this place. Nothing is handsomer in the middle of the portico than windows of glass, through which you may receive the pleasure either of sun or air, according to the season. Martial says that windows looking to the south receive a pure sun and a clear light, and the ancients thought it best to place their porticos fronting the south, because the sun in summer running his course higher did not throw in his rays where they would enter in winter. The prospect of hills to the south, when those hills on the side which you have a view of are continually covered with clouds and vapours, is not very pleasant, if they are at a great distance. And if they are near, and in a manner just over your head, they will incommode you with chill shadows and cold rime. But if they are at a convenient distance, they are both pleasant and convenient, because they defend you from the southern winds. Hills towards the north reverberating the rays of the sun increase the heat. But at a pretty good distance they are very delightful, because the clearness of the air, which is always serene in such a situation, and the brightness of the sun, which it always enjoys, is extremely cheerful to the sight. Hills to the east, and so likewise to the west, will make your mornings cold and the dews plentiful, if they are near you. But both, if at some tolerable distance, are wonderfully pleasant. So too, rivers and lakes are inconvenient if too near, and afford no delight if too far off. Whereas, on the contrary, the sea, if it is at a large distance, makes both your air and sun unhealthy. But when it is close to you, it does you less harm, because then you have always an equality in your air. Indeed, there is this to be said, that when it is at a great distance, it increases the desire we have to see it. There is a good deal, too, in the point to which we lie open to it. For if you are exposed to the sea towards the south, it scorches you. If towards the east, it infests you with damps. If to the west, it makes your air cloudy and full of vapors. And if to the north, it chills you with excessive cold. From the courtyard we proceed to the parlors, which must be contrived for different seasons, some to be used in summer, others in winter, and others, as we may say, in the middle seasons. Parlors for summer require water and the verdure of gardens. Those for winter must be warm and have good fireplaces. Both should be large, pleasant, and delicate. There are many arguments to convince us that chimneys were in use among the ancients, but not such as ours are now. One of the ancients says, "The tops of the houses smoke, et fumant culmina tecti," and we find it continues the same all over Italy to this day, except in Lombardy and Tuscany, and that the mouths of none of the chimneys rise higher than the tops of the houses. Vitruvius says that in winter parlors it is ridiculous to adorn the ceiling with handsome painting, because it will be presently spoiled by the constant smoke and continual fires, for which reason the ancients used to paint those ceilings with black, that it might seem to be done by the smoke itself. I find, too, that they made use of a purified sort of wood that was quite clear of smoke, like our charcoal, upon which account it was a dispute among the lawyers, whether or no coal was to come under the denomination of wood, and therefore it is probable they generally used movable hearths or chafing pans, either of brass or iron, which they carried from place to place, wherever they had occasion to make a fire. And perhaps that warlike race of men, hardened by continual encampments, did not make so much use of fire as we do now, and physicians will not allow it wholesome to be too much by the fireside. Aristotle says that the flesh of animals gains its firmness and solidity from cold, and those whose business it is to take notice of things of this nature have observed that those working men who are continually employed about the furnace have generally dry, wrinkled skins, the reason of which they say is because the juices of which the flesh is formed are exhausted by the fire and evaporate in steam. In Germany, Kolkos and other places where fire is absolutely necessary against the extreme cold, they make use of stoves, of which we shall speak elsewhere. Let us return to the chimney, which may be best made serviceable in the following manner. It must be as direct as possible, capacious, not too far from the light. It must not draw the wind too much, but enough, however, to carry up the smoke, which else would not go up the tunnel. For these reasons, do not make it just in a corner, nor too far within the wall, nor let it take up the best part of the room where your chief guests ought to fit. Do not let it be incommoded by the air either of doors or windows, nor should it project too far out into the room. Let its tunnel be very wide and carried up perpendicular, and let the top of it rise above the highest part of the whole building. And this not only upon account of the danger of fire, but also to prevent the smoke from being driven down the chimney again by any eddy of wind on the top of the house. Smoke being hot naturally amounts, and the heat of the flame quickens its ascent. When it comes, therefore, into the tunnel of the chimney, it is compressed and straightened as in a channel, and being pushed on by the heat of the fire, is thrust out in the same manner as the sound is out of a trumpet. And as a trumpet, if it is too big, does not give a clear sound, because the air has room to rowl about in it, the same will hold good with relation to the smoke in a chimney. Let the top of the chimney be covered to keep out rain, and all round the sides let there be wide holes for the passage of the smoke, with breaks projecting out between each hole to keep off the violence of the wind. Where this is not so convenient, erect an upright pin, and on it hang a brass cover broad enough to take in the whole mouth of the chimney, and let this cover have a vane at the top, like a sort of crest, which, like a helm, may turn it round according to the wind. Another very good method also is to set on the chimney top some spire like a hunter's horn, either of brass or baked earth, broader at one end than the other, with the broad end turned downwards to the mouth of the chimney, by which means the smoke being received in at the broad end will force its way out at the narrow, in spite of the wind. To the parlours we must accommodate the kitchen and the pantry for setting by what is left after meals, together with all manner of vessels and linen. The kitchen ought to be neither just under the noses of the guests, nor at too great a distance, but so that the victuals may be brought in neither too hot nor too cold, and that the noise of the scullions, with the clatter of their pans, dishes, and other utensils, may not be troublesome. The passage through which the victuals are to be carried should be handsome and convenient, not open to the weather, nor dishonoured by any filth that may offend the stomachs of the guests. From the parlour, the next step is to the bedchamber, and for a man of figure and elegance, there should be different ones of these latter, as well as of the former, for summer and for winter. This puts me in mind of Lucullus's saying, that it is not fit a great man should be worse lodged than a swallow or a crane. However, I shall only set down such rules with relation to these apartments as are compatible with the greatest modesty and moderation. I remember to have read in Aemilius Probus the historian that among the Greeks it was never usual for the wife to appear at table if anybody was there besides relations, and that the apartments for the women were parts of the house where no man ever set his foot, except the nearest kindred. And indeed I must own I think the apartments for the ladies ought to be sacred like places dedicated to religion and chastity. I am besides for having the rooms particularly designed for virgins and young ladies, fitted up in the neatest and most delicate manner, that their tender minds may pass their time in them with less regret and be as little weary of themselves as possible. The mistress of the family should have an apartment in which she may easily hear everything that is done in the house. However, in these particulars, the customs of every country are always to be principally observed. The husband and the wife should each have a separate chamber, not only that the wife, either when she lies in or in case of any other indisposition, may not be troublesome to her husband, but also that in summertime either of them may lie alone whenever they think fit. Each of these chambers should have its separate door, besides which there should be a common passage between them both, that one may go to the other without being observed by anybody. The wife's chamber should go into the wardrobe, the husband's into the library. Their ancient mother, who requires tranquillity and repose, should have a warm chamber, well secured against the cold, and out of the way of all noises either from within or without. Be sure particularly to let it have a good fireplace, and all other conveniences necessary for an infirm person to comfort and cheer both the body and mind. Out of this chamber let there be a passage to the place where you keep your treasure. Here place the boys, and by the wardrobe the girls, and near them the lodgings for the nurses. Strangers and guests should be lodged in chambers near the vestibule or foregate, that they may have full freedom both in their own actions and in receiving visits from their friends, without disturbing the rest of the family. The sons of 16 or 17 years old should have apartments opposite to the guests, or at least not far from them, that they may have an opportunity to converse and grow familiar with them. The strangers, too, should have some place to themselves, where they may lock up anything private or valuable, and take it out again whenever they think fit. Next to the lodgings of the young gentlemen should be the place where the arms are kept. Stewards, officers, and servants should be lodged asunder from the gentlemen, that each may have a convenient place suitable to his respective business. The maid-servants and valets should always be within easy call to be ready upon any occasion that they are wanted for. The butler's lodging should be near both to the vault and pantry. The grooms should lie near the stable. The saddle horses ought not to be kept in the same place with those of draught or burden, and they should be placed where they cannot offend the house with any smells, nor prejudice it by their kicking, and out of all danger of fire. Corn and all manner of grain is spoiled by moisture, tarnished and turned pale by heat, shrunk by wind, and rotted by the touch of lime. Wherever, therefore, you intend to lay it, whether in a cave, pit, vault, or on an open area, be sure that the place be thoroughly dry and perfectly clean and new made. Josephus affirms that there was corn dug up near Cybele perfectly good and sound, though it had lain hid above 100 years. Some say that barley laid in a warm place will not spoil, but it will keep very little above a year. The philosophers tell us that bodies are prepared for corruption by moisture, but are afterwards actually corrupted by heat. If you make a floor in your granary of lees of oil, mixed with burnt clay and spatter or straw chopped small, and beat well together, your grain will keep found upon it a great while, and be neither spoiled by weevil, nor stolen by the ant. Granaries designed only for seeds are best built of unbaked bricks. The north wind is less prejudicial than the south to all stores of seeds and fruits. But any wind whatsoever blowing from damp places will fill them with maggots and worms, and any constant impetuous wind will make them shriveled and withered. For pulse, and especially beans, make a floor of ashes mixed with lees and oil. Keep apples in some very close but cool boarded room. Aristotle is of opinion that they will keep the whole year round in bladders blown up and tied close. The inconstancy of the air is what spoils everything, and therefore keep every breath of it from your apples, if possible, and particularly the north wind, which is thought to shrivel them up. We are told that vaults for wine should lie deep underground and be very close shut up. And yet there are some wines which decay in the shade. Wine is spoiled by the eastern, southern, and western winds, and especially in the winter or the spring. If it is touched even by the north wind in the dog days, it will receive injury. The rays of the sun make it heady, those of the moon thick. If it is in the least stirred, it loses its spirit and grows weak. Wine will take any smell that is near it, and will grow dead near a stink. When it is kept in a dry, cool place, always equally tempered, it will remain good for many years. Wine, says Columella, so long as it is kept cool, so long it will keep good. Make your vault for wine, therefore, in a steady place, never shaken by any sort of carriages. And its sides and lights should be towards the north. All manner of filth and ill smells, damps, vapours, smoke, the stinks of all sorts of rotten garden stuff, onions, cabbage, wild or domestic figs, should by all means be shut out. Keep the floor of your vault well pargeted, and in the middle make a little trench, to save any wine that may be spilt by the fault of the vessels. Some make their vessels themselves of stuc or stone. The bigger the vessel is, the more spirit and strength will be in the wine. Oil delights in a warm shade, and cannot endure any cold wind, and is spoiled by smoke or any other steam. We shall not dwell upon coarser matters, namely, how there ought to be two places for keeping dung in, one for the old and another for the new, that it is the sun and moisture, and is dried up and exhausted by the wind. I shall only give this general rule, that those places which are most liable to danger by fire, as haylofts and the like, and those which are unpleasant either to the sight or smell, ought to be set out of the way and separated by themselves. It may not be amiss just to mention here that the dung of oxen will not breed serpents. But there is one filthy practice which I cannot help taking notice of. We take care in the country to set the dunghill out of the way in some remote corner, that the smell may not offend our ploughmen, and yet in our own houses, in our best chambers, where we ourselves are to rest, and as it were at our very bolsters, we are so unpolite as to make secret privies, or rather storerooms of stink. If a man is sick, let him make use of a close stool. But when he is in health, surely such nastiness cannot be too far off. It is worth observing how careful birds, and particularly swallows, to keep their nests clean and neat for their young ones. The example nature herein sets us is wonderful. Even the young swallows, as soon as ever time has strengthened their limbs, will never mute, but out of the nest, and the old ones, to keep the filth at a still greater distance, will catch it in their bills as it is falling, to carry it further off from their own nest. Since nature has given us this excellent instruction, I think we ought by no means to neglect it. Chapter 18. The difference between the country house and town house for the rich. The habitations of the middling sort ought to resemble those of the rich, at least in proportion to their circumstances. Buildings should be contrived more for summer than for winter. The country house and town house for the rich differ in this circumstance, that they use their country house chiefly for a habitation in the summer, and their town house as a convenient place of shelter in the winter. In their country house, therefore, they enjoy the pleasures of light, air, spacious walks, and fine prospects. In town, there are but few pleasures, but those of luxury and the night. It is sufficient, therefore, if in town they can have an abode that does not want any conveniences for living with health, dignity, and politeness. But yet, as far as the want of room and prospect will admit, our habitation in town should not be without any of the delicacies of that in the country. We should be sure to have a good courtyard portico, places for exercise, and some garden. If you are cramped for room and cannot make all your conveniences upon one floor, make several stories, by which means you may make the members of your house as large as is necessary, and if the nature of your foundation will allow it, dig places underground for your wines, oil, wood, and even some part of your family, and such a basement will add majesty to your whole structure. Thus you may build as many stories as you please, till you have fully provided for all the occasions of your family. The principal parts may be allotted to the principal occasions, and the most honorable to the most honorable. No storerooms should be wanting for laying up corn, fruits, and all manner of tools, implements, and household stuff, nor places for divine worship, nor wardrobes for the women, nor must you be without convenient storerooms for laying up clothes designed for your family to wear only on holidays, and arms both defensive and offensive, implements for all sorts of works in wool, preparations for the entertainment of guests, and all manner of necessaries for any extraordinary occasions. There should be different places for those things that are not wanted above once a month, or perhaps once a year, and for those that are in use every day, every one of which, though they cannot be always kept locked up in storerooms, ought, however, to be kept in some place where they may be constantly in sight, and especially such things as are seldomest in use, because those things which are most in sight are least in danger of thieves. The habitations of middling people ought to resemble the delicacy of those of the richer sort, in proportion to their circumstances, full imitating them with such moderation as not to run into a greater expense than they can well support. The country houses for these, therefore, should be contrived with little less regard to their flocks and herds than to their wives. Their dove-house, fish ponds, and the like, should be less for pleasure than for profit. But yet their country house should be built in such a manner that the wife may like the abode, and look after her business in it with pleasure. Nor should we have our eye too entirely upon profit,
as to neglect the health of the inhabitants. Whenever we have occasion for change of air, Celsus advises us to take it in winter, for our bodies will grow accustomed to winter colds, with less danger of our health than to summer heats. But we, on the contrary, are fond of going to our country houses, chiefly in summer. We ought therefore to take care to have that the most healthy. As for the town house for a tradesman, more regard must be had to the conveniency of his shop, from whence his gain and livelihood is to arise, than to the beauty of his parlour. The best situation for this is, in crossways, at a corner, in a marketplace or square, in the middle of the place, in a high street, some remarkable jutting out, insomuch as his chief design is to draw the eyes of customers. In the middle parts of his house he need have no partitions, but of unbaked bricks and common plaister. But in the front and sides, as he cannot always be sure of having honest neighbours, he must make his walls stronger against the assaults both of men and weather. He should also build his house either at such a proper distance from his next neighbours that there may be room for the air to dry the walls after any rain, or so close that the water may run off from both in the same gutter, and let the top of the house, and the gutters particularly, have a very good slope, that the rain may neither lie soaking too long, nor dash back into the house, but be carried away as quick and as clear as possible. There remains nothing now but to recollect some few rules laid down in the first book, and which seem to belong to this head. Let those parts of the building which are to be particularly secure against fire and the injuries of the weather, or which are to be close or free from noise, be all vaulted.
So likewise should all places underground. But for rooms above ground, flat ceilings are wholesomer. Those which require the clearest light, such as the common parlour, the portico, and especially the library, should be situated full east. Those things which are injured by moths, rust, or mildew, such as clothes, books, arms, and all manner of provisions, should be kept towards the south or west. If there be occasion for an equal constant light, such as is necessary for painters, writers, sculptors, and the like, let them have it from the north. Lastly, let all summer apartments stand open to the northern winds, all winter ones to the south, and all those for spring and autumn to the east. Baths and upper parlours for the spring season should be towards the west, and if you cannot possibly have all these exactly according to your wish, at least choose out the most convenient places for your summer apartments, for indeed, in my opinion, a wise man should build rather for summer than for winter. We may easily arm ourselves against the cold by making all close and keeping good fires. But many more things are requisite against heat, and even all will sometimes be no great relief. Let winter rooms therefore be small, low and little windows, and summer ones, on the contrary, large, spacious, and open to cool breezes, but not to the sun or the hot air that comes from it. A great quantity of air enclosed in a large room is like a great quantity of water, not easily heated. The end of Book 5. Book 6, Chapter 1, of the reason and difficulty of the author's undertaking, whereby it appears how much pains, study, and application he has employed in writing upon these matters. In the 5 preceding books we have treated of the designs, of the materials for the work of the workman, and of everything else that appeared necessary to the construction of an edifice, whether public or private, sacred or profane, so far as related to its being made strong against all injuries of weather, and convenient for its respective use, as to times, places, men, and things. With how much care we have treated of all these matters, you may see by the books themselves, from whence you may judge whether it was possible to do it with much greater. The labor, indeed, was much more than I could have foreseen at the beginning of this undertaking. Continual difficulties every moment arose either in explaining the matter, or inventing names, or methodizing the subject, which perfectly confounded me and disheartened me from my undertaking. On the other hand, the same reasons which induced me to begin this work pressed and encouraged me to proceed. It grieved me that so many great and noble instructions of ancient authors should be lost by the injury of time. To the scarce any but Vitruvius has escaped this general wreck, a writer indeed of universal knowledge, but so maimed by age that in many places there are great chasms and many things imperfect in others. Besides this, his style is absolutely void of all ornaments, and he wrote in such a manner that to the Latins he seems to write Greek, and to the Greeks Latin. But indeed, it is plain from the book itself that he wrote neither Greek nor Latin, and he might almost as well have never wrote at all, at least with regard to us, since we cannot understand him. There remained many examples of the ancient works, temples, and theatres, from whence, as from the most skillful masters, a great deal was to be learned. But these I saw, and with tears I saw it, mouldering away daily. I observed, too, that those who in these days happened to undertake any new structure generally ran after the whims of the moderns, instead of being delighted and directed by the justness of more noble works. By this means it was plain that this part of knowledge, and in a manner of life itself, was likely in a short time to be wholly lost. In this unhappy state of things I could not help having it long, and often in my thoughts to write upon this subject myself. At the same time I considered that in the examination of so many noble and useful matters, and so necessary to mankind, it would be a shame to neglect any of those observations which voluntarily offered themselves to me, and I thought it the duty of an honest and studious mind to endeavor to free this science, for which the most learned among the ancients had always a very great esteem, from its present ruin and oppression. Thus I stood doubtful, and knew not how to resolve whether I should drop my design or go on. At length my love and inclination for these studies prevailed, and what I wanted in capacity I made up in diligence and application. There was not the least remain of any ancient structure that had any merit in it, but what I went and examined to see if any thing was to be learned from it. Thus I was continually searching, considering, measuring, and making drafts of everything I could hear of, till such time as I had made myself perfect master of every contrivance or invention that had been used in the ancient remains. And thus I alleviated the fatigue of writing by the thirst and pleasure of gaining information. And indeed, the collecting together, rehearsing without meanness, reducing into a just method, writing in an accurate style, and explaining perspicuously so many various matters, so unequal, so dispersed, and so remote from the common use and knowledge of mankind, certainly required a greater genius and more learning than I can pretend to. But still I shall not repent of my labor, if I have only effected what I chiefly proposed to myself, namely to be clear and intelligible to the reader, rather than eloquent. How difficult a thing this is in handling subjects of this nature is better known to those who have attempted it than believed by those who never tried. And I flatter myself it will at least be allowed me that I have wrote according to the rules of this language, and in no obscure style. We shall endeavor to do the same in the remaining parts of this work. Of the three properties required in all manner of buildings, namely that they be accommodated to their respective purposes, stout and strong for duration, and pleasant and delightful to the sight, we have dispatched the two first, and are now to treat of the third, which is by much the most noble of all, and very necessary besides. Chapter 2, of Beauty and Ornament, their effects and difference, that they are owing to art and exactness of proportion, as also of the birth and progress of arts. It is generally allowed that the pleasure and delight which we feel on the view of any building arise from nothing else but beauty and ornament, since there is hardly any man so melancholy or stupid, so rough or unpolished, but what is very much pleased with what is beautiful, and pursues those things which are most adorned, and rejects the unadorned and neglected, and if in any thing that he views he perceives any ornament is wanting, he declares that there is something deficient which would make the work more delightful and noble. We should therefore consult beauty as one of the main and principal requisites in anything which we have a mind should please others. How necessary our forefathers, men remarkable for their wisdom, looked upon this to be appears, as indeed from almost everything they did, so particularly from their laws, their militia, their sacred and all other public ceremonies, which it is almost incredible what pains they took to adorn, insomuch that one would almost imagine they had a mind to have it thought, that all these things, so absolutely necessary to the life of mankind, if stripped of their pomp and ornament, would be somewhat stupid and insipid. When we lift up our eyes to heaven and view the wonderful works of God, we admire him more for the beauties which we see than for the conveniences which we feel and derive from them. But what occasion is there to insist upon this, when we see that nature consults beauty in a manner to excess in everything she does, even in painting the flowers of the field? If beauty therefore is necessary in anything, it is so particularly in building, which can never be without it, without giving offense both to the skillful and the ignorant. How are we moved by a huge, shapeless, ill-contrived pile of stones? The greater it is, the more we blame the folly of the expense, and condemn the builder's inconsiderate lust of heaping up stone upon stone without contrivance. The having satisfied necessity is a very final matter, and the having provided for conveniency affords no manner of pleasure, where you are shocked by the deformity of the work. Add to this, that the very thing we speak of is itself no small help to conveniency and duration. For who will deny that it is much more convenient to be lodged in a neat, handsome structure than in a nasty, ill-contrived hole? Or can any building be made so strong by all the contrivance of art as to be safe from violence and force? But beauty will have such an effect even upon an enraged enemy that it will disarm his anger and prevent him from offering it any injury. Insomuch that I will be bold to say, there can be no greater security to any work against violence and injury than beauty and dignity. Your whole care, diligence, and expense, therefore, should all tend to this, that whatever you build may be not only useful and convenient, but also handsomely adorned, and by that means delightful to the sight, that whoever views it may own the expense could never have been better bestowed. But what beauty and ornament are in themselves, and what difference there is between them, may perhaps be easier for the reader to conceive in his mind than for me to explain by words. In order, therefore, to be as brief as possible, I shall define beauty to be a harmony of all the parts, in whatsoever subject it appears, fitted together with such proportion and connection that nothing could be added, diminished, or altered, but for the worse. A quality so noble and divine that the whole force of wit and art has been spent to produce it, and it is but very rarely granted to anyone, or even to nature herself, to produce anything every way perfect and complete. How extraordinary a thing, says the person introduced in Tully, is a handsome youth in Athens. This critic in beauty found that there was something deficient or superfluous in the persons he disliked, which was not compatible with the perfection of beauty, which I imagine might have been obtained by means of ornament, by painting and concealing anything that was deformed, and trimming and polishing what was handsome, so that the unsightly parts might have given less offense, and the more lovely more delight. If this be granted, we may define ornament to be a kind of an auxiliary brightness and improvement to beauty. So that then beauty is somewhat lovely, which is proper and innate, and diffused over the whole body, and ornament somewhat added or fastened on, rather than proper and innate. To return, therefore, where we left off, whoever would build so as to have their building commended, which every reasonable man would desire, must build according to a justness of proportion, and this justness of proportion must be owing to art. Who therefore will affirm that a handsome and just structure can be raised any otherwise than by the means of art, and consequently this part of building, which relates to beauty and ornament, being the chief of all the rest, without doubt must be directed by some fixie rules of art and proportion, which whoever neglects will make himself ridiculous. But there are some who will by no means allow of this, and say that men are guided by a variety of opinions in their judgment of beauty and of buildings, and that the forms of structures must vary according to every man's particular taste and fancy, and not be tied down to any rules of art. A common thing with the ignorant to despise what they do not understand. I may not therefore be amiss to confute this error. Not that I think it necessary to enter into a long discussion about the origin of arts, from what principles they were deduced, and by what methods improved. I shall only take notice that all arts were begot by chance and observation, and nursed by use and experience, and improved and perfected by reason and study. Thus we are told that physic was invented in 1,000 years by 1,000 men, and so too the art of navigation, as indeed all other arts have grown up by degrees from the smallest beginnings. Chapter 3. That architecture began in Asia, flourished in Greece, and was brought to perfection in Italy. The art of building, as far as I can gather from the works of the ancients, spent the first vigor of its youth, if I may be allowed that expression, in Asia. It afterwards flourished among the Greeks, and at last came to its full maturity in Italy. And this account seems very probable, for the kings of Asia, abounding in wealth and leisure, when they came to consider themselves, their own riches, and the greatness and majesty of their empire, and found that they had occasion for larger and nobler habitations, they began to search out and collect everything that might serve to this purpose, and in order to make their buildings larger and handsomer, began perhaps with building their roofs of larger timbers, and their walls of a better sort of stone. This showed noble and great, and not unhandsome. Then finding that such works were admired for being very large, and imagining that a king was obliged to do something which private men could not effect, these great monarchs began to be delighted with huge works, which they fell to raising with a kind of emulation of one another, till they came to erecting those wild immense moles, the pyramids. Hereupon I imagine that by frequent building they began to find out the difference that there was between a structure built in one manner and one built in another, and so, getting some notion of beauty and proportion, began to neglect those things which wanted those qualities. Greece came next, which, flourishing in excellent geniuses and men of learning, passionately desirous of adorning their country, began to erect temples and other public structures. They then thought fit to look abroad and take a more careful view of the works of the Assyrians and Egyptians, till at last they came to understand that in all things of this nature the skill of the workman was more admired than the wealth of the prince. For anyone that is rich may raise a great pile of buildings, but to raise such a one as may be commended by the skillful is the part only of a superior genius. Hereupon Greece, finding that in these works she could not equal those nations in expense, resolved to try if she could not outdo them in ingenuity. She began therefore to trace and deduce this art of building, as indeed she did all others, from the very lap of nature itself, examining, weighing, and considering it in all its parts with the greatest diligence and exactness, inquiring with the greatest strictness into the difference between those buildings which were highly praised and those which were disliked, without neglecting the least particular. She tried all manner of experiments, still tracing and keeping close to the footsteps of nature, mingling uneven numbers with even, straight lines with curves, light with shade, hoping that as it happens from the conjunction of male and female, there should by the mixture of these opposites flow upon them some third thing that would answer her purpose. Nor even in the most minute particulars did she neglect to weigh and consider all the parts over and over again, how those on the right hand agreed with those on the left, the upright with the platform, the nearer with the more remote, adding, diminishing, proportioning the great parts to the small, the similar to the dissimilar, the last to the first, till she had clearly demonstrated that different rules were to be observed in those edifices which were intended for duration, to stand, as it were, monuments to eternity, and those which were designed chiefly for beauty. These were the methods pursued by the Greeks. Italy, in her first beginnings, having regard wholly to parsimony, concluded that the members in buildings ought to be contrived in the same manner as in animals, as, for instance, in a horse. Whole limbs are generally most beautiful when they are most useful for service, from whence they inferred that beauty was never separate and distinct from conveniency. But afterwards, when they had obtained the empire of the world, being then no less inflamed than the Greeks, with the desire of adorning their city and themselves, in less than 30 years, that which before was the finest house in the whole city of Rome, could not then be reckoned so by 100. And they abounded in such an incredible number of ingenious men, who exercised their talent this way, that we are told there was at one time no less than 700 architects at Rome, whose works were so noble that the extraordinary praise which is bestowed upon them is hardly equal to their merit. And as the wealth of the empire was sufficient to bear the expense of the most stately structures, so we are told that a private man, by name Tatius, at his own proper charges, built baths for the people of Ostia, with 100 columns of Numidian marble. But still, though the condition of their state was thus flourishing, they thought it most laudable to join the magnificence of the most profuse monarchs to the ancient parsimony and frugal contrivance of their own country, but still in such a manner that their frugality should not prejudice conveniency, nor conveniency be too cautious and fearful of expense, but that both should be embellished by everything that was delicate or beautiful. In a word, being to the greatest degree careful and exact in all their buildings, they became at last so excellent in this art, that there was nothing in it so hidden or secret, but what they traced out, discovered and brought to light, by the favor of heaven, and the art itself not frowning upon their endeavors. For the art of building having had her ancient seat in Italy, and especially among the Etrurians, who besides those miraculous structures, which we read to have been erected by their kings, of labyrinths and sepulchres, had among them some excellent ancient writings, which taught the manner of building temples, according to the practice of the ancient Tuscans. This art having had her ancient seat in Italy, and knowing with how much fervor she was courted there, she seems to have reflected that this empire of the world, which was already adorned with all other virtues, should be made still more admirable by her embellishments. For this reason, she gave herself to them to be thoroughly known and understood, thinking it a shame that the head of the universe and the glory of all nations should be equaled in magnificence by those whom she had excelled in all virtues and sciences. Why should I insist here upon their porticos, temples, gates, theatres, baths, and other gigantic structures, works so amazing that though they were actually executed, some very great foreign architects thought them impracticable? In short, I need say no more than that they could not bear to have even their common drains void of beauty, and were so delighted with magnificence and ornament that they thought it no profusion to spend the wealth of the state in buildings that were hardly designed for anything else. By the examples, therefore, of the ancients, and the precepts of great masters and constant practice, a thorough knowledge is to be gained of the method of raising such magnificent structures. From this knowledge sound, rules are to be drawn, which are by no means to be neglected by those who have not a mind to make themselves ridiculous by building, as I suppose nobody has. These rules, it is our business here to collect and explain according to the best of our capacity. Of these, some regard the universal beauty and ornament of the whole edifice, other the particular parts and members taken separately. The former are taken immediately from philosophy, and are intended to direct and regulate the operations of this art. The others from experience, as we have shown above, only fined and perfected by the principles of philosophy. I shall speak first of those wherein this particular art is most concerned, and as for the others which relate to the universality, they shall serve by way of epilogue. Chapter 4. That beauty and ornament in everything arise from contrivance, or the hand of the artificer, or from nature, and that though the region indeed can hardly be improved by the wit or labour of man, yet many other things may be done highly worthy of admiration, and scarcely credible. That which delights us in things that are either beautiful or finely adorned must proceed either from the contrivance and invention of the mind, or the hand of the artificer, or from somewhat derived immediately from nature herself. To the mind belong the election, distribution, disposition, and other things of the like nature which give dignity to the work. To the hand, the amassing, adding, diminishing, chipping, polishing, and the like, which make the work delicate. The qualities derived from nature are heaviness, lightness, thickness, clearness, durability, etc., which make the work wonderful. These three operations are to be adapted to the several parts according to their various uses and offices. There are several ways of dividing and considering the different parts, but at present we shall divide all buildings either according to the parts in which they generally agree, or to those in which they generally differ. In the first book, we saw that all edifices must have region, situation, competition, walling, covering, and apertures. In these particulars, therefore, they agree. But then, in the others, they differ, namely that some are sacred, others profane, some public, others private, some designed for necessity, others for pleasure, and so on. Let us begin with those particulars wherein they agree. What the hand or wit of man can add to the region, either of beauty or dignity, is hardly discoverable, unless we would give in to those miraculous and superstitious accounts which we read of some works. Nor are the undertakers of such works blamed by prudent men, if their designs answer any great conveniency. But if they take pains to do what there was no necessity for, they are justly denied the praise they hunt after. For who would be so daring as to undertake, like Stesicrates, according to Plutarch, or Dinocrates, according to Vitruvius, to make Mount Athos into a statue of Alexander, and in one of the hands to build a city big enough to contain 10,000 men? Indeed, I should not discommend Queen Nitocris for having forced the river Euphrates by making vast cuts to flow 3 times round the city of the Assyrians, if she made the region strong and secure by those trenches, and fruitful by the overflowing of the water. But let us leave it to mighty kings to be delighted with such undertakings. Let them join sea to sea by cutting the land between them. Let them level hills. Let them make new islands, or join old ones to the continent. Let them put it out of the power of any others to imitate them, and so make their names memorable to posterity. Still all their vast works will be commended, not so much in proportion to their greatness as their use. The ancients sometimes added dignity not only to particular groves, but even to the whole region by means of religion. We read that all Sicily was consecrated to Ceres, but these are things not now to be insisted upon. It will be of great and real advantage if the region be provided of some rare quality, no less useful than extraordinary, as, for instance, if the air be more temperate than in any other place, and always equal and uniform, as we are told it is at Morea, where men live in a manner as long as they please, or if the region produces something not to be found elsewhere and very desirable and wholesome to man, as that which produces amber, cinnamon, and balsam, or if it has some divine influence in it, as there is in the soil of the island Euboea, where we are told nothing noxious is produced. The situation, being a certain determinate part of the region, is adorned by all the same particulars as beautify the region itself. but nature generally offers more conveniences, and those more ready at hand, for adorning the situation than the region. For we very frequently meet with circumstances extremely noble and surprising, such as promontories, rocks, broken hills, vastly high and sharp, grottos, caverns, springs, and the like, near which, if we would have our situation strike the beholders with surprise, we may build to our heart's desire. Nor should there be wanting in the prospect remains of antiquity, on which we cannot turn our eyes without considering the various revolutions of men and things, and being filled with wonder and admiration. I need not mention the place where Troy once stood, or the plains of Leuctra stained with blood, nor the fields near Trasimenus, and 1,000 other places memorable for some great event. How the hand and wit of man may add to the beauty of the situation is not so easily shown. I pass over things commonly done, such as plane trees brought by sea to the island of Tremeti to adorn the situation, or columns, obelisks, and trees left by great men in order to strike posterity with veneration. As for instance, the olive tree planted by Neptune and Minerva, which flourished for so many ages in the citadel of Athens. I likewise pass over ancient traditions handed down from age to age, as that of the turpentine tree near Hebron, which was reported to have stood from the creation of the world to the days of Josephus the historian. Nothing can give a greater air of dignity and awfulness to a place than some artful laws made by the ancients, such as these: that nothing male should presume to set foot in the temple of the Bonadea, nor in that of Diana in the patrician Portico, and at Tanagra, that no woman should enter the sacred grove, nor the inner parts of the temple of Jerusalem, and that no person whatsoever besides the priest, and he only in order to purify himself for sacrifice, should wash in the fountain near Panthos, and that nobody should presume to spit in the place called Dolicha, near the great drain at Rome, where the bones of Numa Pompilius were deposited. And upon some chapels there have been inscriptions strictly forbidding any common prostitute to enter. In the temple of Diana at Crete, none were admitted, except they were bare-footed. It was unlawful to bring a bondwoman into the temple of the goddess Matuta, and all common criers were excluded from the temple of Orosio at Rhodes, and all fiddlers from that of Temnius at Tenedos. So again it was unlawful to go out of the temple of Jupiter Alciphus without sacrificing, and to carry any ivy into the temple of Minerva at Athens, or into that of Venus at Thebes. In the temple of Fauna, it was not lawful so much as to mention the name of wine. In the same manner it was decreed that the gate Janualis at Rome should never be shut, but in time of war, nor the temple of Janus ever opened in time of peace, and that the temple of the goddess Hora should stand always open. If we were to imitate any of these customs, perhaps it might not be amiss to make it criminal for women to enter the temples of martyrs, or men, those dedicated to virgin saints. Moreover, there are some advantages very desirable, said to be procured by art, which when we read of, we could scarcely believe, unless we saw something like it in some particular places, even at this day. We are told that it was brought about by human art, that in Constantinople serpents will never hurt anybody, and that no daws will fly within the walls, and that no grasshoppers are ever heard in Naples, nor any owls in Candy. In the temple of Achilles, in the island of Boriphanes, no bird whatsoever will enter, nor any dog or fly of any sort in the temple of Hercules near the Forum Boreum at Rome. But what shall we say of this surprising particularity that at Venice, even at this day, no kind of fly ever enters the public palace of the censors? And even in the flesh market at Toledo, there is never more than one fly seen throughout the year, and that a remarkable one for its whiteness. These strange accounts which we find in authors are too numerous to be all inserted here, and whether they are owing to nature or art, I shall not now pretend to decide. But then, again, how can we either by nature or art account for what they tell us of a laurel tree growing in the sepulchre of Bibarsis, king of Pontus, from which if the least twig is broken and put aboard a ship, that ship shall never be free from mutinies and tumults till the twig is thrown out of it, or for its never raining upon the altar in Venus's temple at Paphos, or for this, that whatever part of the sacrifice is left at Minerva's shrine in Phrygia Minor will never corrupt, or this, if you break off any part of Antaeus's sepulchre, it immediately begins to rain and never leaves off till it is made whole again. Some indeed affirm that all these things may be done by an art now lost, by means of little constellated images which astronomers pretend are not unknown to them. I remember to have read in the author of the Life of Apollonius Tyanaeus that in the chief apartments of the royal palace at Babylon, some magicians fastened to the ceiling 4 golden birds, which they called the tongues of the gods, and that these were endowed with the virtue of conciliating the affection of the multitude towards their king. And Josephus, a very grave author, says that he himself saw a certain man named Eleazar, who in the presence of the Emperor Vespasian and his sons immediately cured a man that was possessed by fastening a ring to his nose. And the same author writes that Solomon composed certain verses which would give ease in distempers. And Eusebius Pamphilus says that the Egyptian god Serapis, whom we call Pluto, invented certain charms which would drive away evil spirits, and taught the methods by which demons assumed the shapes of brute beasts to do mischief. Servius too says that there were men who used to carry charms about them, by which they were secured against all unhappy turns of fortune, and that those charms were so powerful that the persons who wore them could never die till they were taken from them. If these things should be true, I should really believe what we read in Plutarch, that among the Eliphae there was an image which, if it were brought out of the temple by the priest, filled every creature with terror and dread on whatever side it was turned, and that no eye durst look towards it for fear. These miraculous accounts we have inserted only by way of amusement. As to other particulars which may help to make the situation beautiful, considered in a general view, such as the circumference, the space round about it, its elevation, levelling, strengthening, and the like, I have nothing more to say here, but to refer you for instructions to the 1st and 3rd books. The chief qualities requisite in a situation or platform, as we have there observed, are to be perfectly dry, even and solid, as also convenient and suitable to the purpose of the building, and it will be a very great help to it, to strengthen it with a good bottom made of baked earth, in the manner which we shall teach when we come to treat of the wall. We must not here omit an observation made by Plato, that it will be a great addition to the dignity of the place, if you give it some great name, and this we find the Emperor Adrian was very fond of doing when he gave the names of Lycus, Canopeus, Academia, Tempe, and other great titles to the several parts of his villa at Tivoli. Chapter 5. A short recapitulation of the compartition and of the just composition and adorning the wall and covering. Though we have already said almost as much as was necessary of the compartition in the 1st book, yet we shall take a brief review of it again here. The chief and first ornament of anything is to be free from all improprieties. It will therefore be a just and proper compartition, if it is neither confused nor interrupted, neither too rambling nor composed of unsuitable parts, and if the members be neither too many nor too few, neither too small nor too large, not mismatched nor unsightly, nor as it were separate and divided from the rest of the body, but everything so disposed according to nature and convenience, and the uses for which the structure is intended, with such order, number, size, situation, and form, that we may be satisfied there is nothing throughout the whole fabric, but what was contrived for some use or convenience, and with the handsomest compactness of all the parts. If the competition answers in all these respects, the beauty and richness of any ornaments will set it well upon it. If not, it is impossible it should have any air of dignity at all. The whole composition of the members, therefore, should seem to be made and directed entirely by necessity and convenience, so that you may not be too much pleased that there are such or such parts in the building, as that they are disposed and laid out in such a situation, order, and connection. In adorning the wall and covering, you will have sufficient room to display the efficient materials produced by nature and the most curious contrivance and skill of the artificer. If it were in your power to imitate the ancient Osiris, who, we are told, built 2 temples of gold, one to the heavenly, the other to the royal Jupiter, or if you could raise some vast stone almost beyond human belief, like that which Semiramis brought from the mountains of Arabia, which was 20 cubits broad every way and 150 long, or if you had such large stone that you could make some part of the work all of one piece, like a chapel in Latona's temple in Egypt, 40 cubits wide in front and hollowed in one single stone, and so also covered with another. This, no doubt, would create a vast deal of admiration in the beholders, and especially if the stone was a foreign one and brought through difficult ways, like that which Herodotus relates to have been brought from the city of Elephantis, which was about 20 cubits broad and 15 high, and was carried as far as Susa in 20 days. It will also add greatly to the ornament and wonder of the work, if such an extraordinary stone be set in a remarkable and honorable place. Thus the little temple at Chemis, an island in Egypt, is not so surprising upon account of being covered with one single stone, as upon account of such a stone's being raised to so great a height. The rarity and beauty of the work itself will also add greatly to the ornament. So, for instance, if it is that sort of marble with which we are told Nero built a temple to Fortune in his golden palace, which was so white, so clear and transparent, that even when all the doors were shut, the light seemed to be enclosed within the temple. All these things are very noble in themselves, but they will make no figure if there is not care and art used in their composition or putting together, for every thing must be reduced to exact measure, so that all the parts may correspond with one another, the right with the left, the lower parts with the upper, with nothing interfering that may blemish either the order or the materials, but everything squared to exact angles and similar lines. We may often observe that base materials managed with art make a handsomer shoe than the noblest heaped together in confusion. Who can imagine that the wall of Athens, which Thucydides informs us, was built so tumultuously that they even threw into it some of the statues of their sepulchres, could have any beauty in it, or be any ways adorned by being full of broken statues? On the contrary, we are very much pleased with the walls of some old country houses, though they are built of any stone that the people could pick up, because they are disposed in even rows with an alternate chequer of black and white, so that, considering the meanness of the structure, nothing can be desired handsomer. But perhaps this consideration belongs rather to that part of the wall which is called the outward coat than to the body of the wall itself. To conclude, all your materials should be so distributed that nothing should be begun but according to some judicious plan, nothing carried on but in pursuance of the same, and no part of it left imperfect, but finished and completed with the utmost care and diligence. But the principal ornament of both the wall and covering, and especially of all vaulted roofs, always excepted columns, is the outward coat, and this may be of several sorts, either all white or adorned with figures and stuckwork, or with painting or pictures set in panels, or with mosaic work, or else a mixture of all these together. Chapter 6. In what manner great weights and large stones are moved from one place to another, or raised to any great height. Of those ornaments last mentioned we are to treat, and to show what they are and how they are to be made. But having in the last chapter mentioned the moving of vast stones, it seems necessary here to give some account in what manner such huge bodies are moved, and how they are raised to such high and difficult places. Plutarch relates that Archimedes, the great mathematician of Syracuse, drew a ship of burthen with all its lading through the middle of the marketplace with his hand, as if he had been only leading along a horse by the bridle. But we shall here consider only those things that are necessary in practice, and then take notice of some points by which men of learning and good apprehensions may fully and clearly understand the whole business of themselves. Pliny says that the obelisk brought from Phoenicia to Thebes was brought down a canal cut from the Nile in ships full of bricks, so that by taking out some of the bricks, they could at any time lighten the vessel of its lading. We find in Ammianus Marcellinus the historian that an obelisk was brought from the Nile in a vessel of 300 oars and laid upon rollers at 3 miles distance from Rome, and so drawn into the great circus through the gate that leads to Ostia, and that several thousand men labored hard at the erecting it, though the whole circus was full of nothing but vast engines and ropes of a prodigious thickness. We read in Vitruvius that Ctesiphon and his son Metagenes brought his columns and architraves to Ephesus by a method which they borrowed from those cylinders with which the ancients used to level the ground. For in each end of the stone they fixed a pin of iron, which they fastened in with lead, which pin stood out and served as an axis. And at each end was let into a wheel so large as for the stone to hang upon its pins above the ground. And so by the motion of the wheels, the stones were carried along with a great deal of ease. We are told that Chemmis the Egyptian, when he built that vast pyramid of above 6 furlongs high, raised a mound of earth all the way up along with the building, by which he carried up those huge stones into their places. Herodotus writes that Cheops, the son of Rhampsinitus, in the building of that pyramid which employed 100,000 men for many years, left steps on the outside of it, by means of which the largest stones might by proper engines be raised up into their places without having occasion for very long timbers. We read, too, of architraves of vast stones being laid upon huge columns in the following manner. Under the middle of the architrave they set 2 bearers across, pretty near each other. Then they loaded one end of the architraves with a great number of baskets full of sand, the weight of which raised up the other end, on which there were no baskets, and one of the bearers was left without any weight upon it. Then removing the baskets to the other end so raised up, and putting under some higher bearers in the room of that which was left without weight, the stone by little and little rose up, as it were, of its own accord. These things which we have here briefly collected together we leave to be more clearly learnt from the authors themselves. But the method of this treatise requires that we should speak succinctly of some few things that make to our purpose. I shall not waste time in explaining any such curious principles as that it is the nature of all heavy bodies to press continually downwards and obstinately to seek the lowest place, that they make the greatest resistance they are able against being raised aloft, and never change their place, but after the stoutest conflict, being either overcome by some greater weight or some more powerful contrary force. Nor shall I stand to observe that motions are various, from high to low, or from low to high directly, or about a curve, and that some things are carried, some drawn, some pushed on, and the like, of which inquiries we shall treat more copiously in another place. This we may lay down for certain, that a weight is never moved with so much ease as it is downwards, because it then moves itself, nor ever with more difficulty than upwards, because it naturally resists that direction, and that there is a kind of middle motion between these two, which perhaps partakes somewhat of the nature of both the others, inasmuch as it neither moves of itself, nor of itself resists, as when a weight is drawn upon an even plane, free from all rubs. All other motions are easy or difficult in proportion as they approach to either of the preceding, and indeed nature herself seems in a good measure to have shown us in what manner great weights are to be moved. For we may observe that if any considerable weight is laid upon a column standing upright, the least shove will push it off, and when once it begins to fall, hardly any force is sufficient to stop it. We may also observe that any round column or wheel or any other body that turns about is very easily moved and very hard to stop when once it is set on going. And if it is dragged along without rolling, it does not move with half the ease. We further see that the vast weight of a ship may be moved upon a standing water with a very small force if you keep pulling continually, but if you strike it with ever so great a blow suddenly, it will not stir an inch. On the contrary, some things will move with a sudden blow or a furious push, which could not otherwise be stirred without a mighty force or huge engines. Upon ice, too, the greatest weights make but a small resistance against one that tries to draw them. We likewise see that any weight which hangs upon a long rope is very easily moved as far as a certain point, but not so easily further. The consideration of the reasons of these things and the imitation of them may be very useful to our purpose, and therefore we shall briefly treat of them here. The keel or bottom of any weight that is to be drawn along should be even and solid, and the broader it is, the less it will plough up the ground all the way under it. But then the thinner it is, it will slip along the quicker, only it will make the deeper furrows, and be apter to stick. If there are any angles or inequalities in the bottom of the weight, it will use them as claws to fasten itself in the plane, and to resist its own motion. If the plane be smooth, round, even, hard, not rising or sinking on any side, the weight will have nothing to hinder its motion or to make it refuse to obey, but its own natural love of rest, which makes it lazy and unwilling to be moved. Perhaps it was from a consideration of these things, and from a deeper examination of the particulars we have here mentioned, and Archimedes was induced to say that if he had only a basis for to remove a weight, he would not doubt to turn the world itself about. The preparation of the bottom of the weight and the plane upon which it is to be drawn, which is what we are here to consider, may be effected in the following manner. Let such a number of poles be laid along, and of such a strength and thickness as may be sufficient for the weight. Let them be found even smooth and close joined to one another. Between the bottom of the weight and this plane which it is to slide upon, there should be something to make the way more slippery, and this may be either soap or tallow, or lees of oil, or perhaps slime. There is another way of making the weight slip along, which is by underlaying it crossways with rollers. But these, though you have a sufficient number of them, are very hard to be kept even to their proper lines and exact direction, which it is absolutely necessary they should be, and that they should all do duty equally and at once, or else they will run together in confusion and carry the weight to one side. And if you have but few of them, being continually loaded, they will either be split or flatted, and so be rendered useless, or else that single line with which they touch the plane underneath, or that other with which they touch the weight that is laid upon them, will stick fast with their sharp points and be immovable. A cylinder or roller is a body consisting of a number of circles joined together, and the mathematicians say that a circle can never touch a right line in more than one point, for which reason I call the single line, which is pressed by the weight, the point of the roller. The only way to provide against this inconvenience is to have the roller made of the strongest and stoutest stuff, and exactly according to rule and proportion. Chapter 7. Of wheels, pins, levers, pulleys, their parts, sizes, and figures. But as there are several other things besides those already mentioned which are necessary for our purpose, such as wheels, pulleys, screws, and levers, we shall here treat of them more distinctly. Wheels in a great measure are the same as rollers, as they always press down perpendicularly upon one point. But there is this difference between them, namely, that rollers are more expeditious, wheels being hindered by the friction of their pins or axis. The parts of a wheel are three: the large outer circle, the pin or axis in the middle, and the hole or circle into which the pin is let. This circle some perhaps would rather call the pole, but because in some machines it stands still, and in others moves about, we rather desire leave to call it the axical. If the wheel turns upon a very thick axis, it will go very hard. If upon too thin a one, it will not support its load. If the outer circle of the wheel be too small, the same inconvenience will happen that we observed of the roller, that is, it will stick in the plane. If it be too large, it will go along tottering from side to side, and it will never be ready or handy at turning one way or the other. If the axical or circle in which the axis runs be too large, it will grind its way out. If it be too narrow, it will hardly be able to turn. Between the axis and the circle in which it turns, there should be somewhat to lubricate, because one of these is to be considered as the plane, and the other as the bottom or keel of the weights. Rollers and wheels should be made of elm or holm oak, the axis of holly or the cornel tree, or indeed rather of iron. The circle for the wheel to turn in is made best of brass with 1/3 of tin. Pulleys are little wheels. Levers are of the nature of the radii or spokes of a wheel. But everything of this sort, whether large wheels which men turn about by walking within them, or cranes or screws, or any other engine, working either by levers or pulleys, the principles, I say, of all these are deduced from the balance. They tell us that Mercury was believed to be a god chiefly upon this account, that without the least gesture with his hand, he could make his meaning perfectly clear and plain by his words. This, though I am a little fearful of succeeding in it, I shall here endeavor to do to the utmost of my power. For my design is to speak of these things not like a mathematician, but like a workman, and to say no more than is absolutely necessary.